For this panel, we will have three speakers. Mrs. Stefania Giannini, UNESCO Assistant Director General for Education, who will connect with us from Paris. Mr. Hartwig Lutke, who is a member of UIL Governing Board, but also the Vice President of the German National Commission for UNESCO. And then Mr. Daniel Baril, who is the chair of UIL Governing Board. So it is really my pleasure to welcome you for this symposium. We will have through your contributions, I think, a very, and clear and rich understanding of the context in which UIL was established, but also an understanding on how the definition of its mandate remains a very critical and very important and relevant, field of work for today's work of UNESCO and of UIL. So without further delay, I would like to invite Madame Stefania Giannini, the Assistant Director General of UNESCO for Education, to give us the first contribution. Okay, I think we have a little technical challenge. So if I may, I would like to invite first Mr. Hartwig Lutke to take the floor, and then Madame Giannini will follow.
Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, it is with great pleasure that I congratulate the UIL with the 70th anniversary, and I do this not only as a member of the governing board, but also as the Vice President of the German Commission for UNESCO and on behalf of the German Commission. Over the decades, there had been a very close connection and cooperation between UIL and the German Commission. And usually it was a member of this commission to be the delegate of the host country, Germany, inside the governing board of UIL. To understand the importance of UIL and its work, we just have to look at the problems the European societies have to tackle these days due to the war in Ukraine. Many thousands of refugees, many mothers with their children, have come to the Western European countries, even to Germany. At the first moment, being sure to travel back to their home country, Ukraine, as soon as possible. But over time, a number of months already, and perhaps years at the end, they have to organize their lives here, and they have to find a job to earn their living. Most of these refugees are well educated, of course, and they have a profession. But in many cases, they now have to renew their knowledge and to readjust their competencies in order to fit in the German system of professional training and certificates. That does mean that these adult people have to keep on learning. And we are talking about lifelong learning already. And already this example very clearly shows how important the idea of lifelong learning is, even in Germany and in Europe. It is not a topic to be discussed in connection with the Global South or Africa, for instance, only. How did the shared history of UIL and Germany begin? As the UNESCO were established soon after the Second World War, this institute was created only a short time later in order to promote the idea of human rights and international understanding through education. The founding of the UIL was key for the post-war reintegration of its host country, Germany, into the international community. People from all countries of Europe and some from other continents as well came to the meetings held at the Institute, some of them with mixed feelings so soon after the terrible war. Today, I can express how thankful Germany can be for this chance of reintegration into the international family of countries, a chance offered by the UNESCO following the idea to promote peace and freedom in the world. Over the years, the UIL survived a number of crises caused by the changing financial support from different sources. And again today, we have to fight hard to get the necessary amount of money that is needed as a basis for a successful work of UIL. But on behalf of the German Commission, I can assure that we will stand as a partner at the side of UIL, doing everything we can do to support the Institute today and in future times. Over the years, the Institute broadened its geographical outreach. While the geographical emphasis was at first restricted to Germany and Europe, the Institute became more international from the 1960s onwards and made major contributions in adult education and non-formal education with a focus on developing countries. In the 1970s, the Institute had to redefine its identity and its focus of work in order not to overlap with the work of other UNESCO institutes, as for instance in Switzerland. It was in this time that UIL created in particular the responsibility for research in the field of education. Its work focused on literacy as a permanent endeavor in developing countries. But UIL was to address literacy and functional literacy in particular in industrialized countries as well. This led to a close cooperation with OECD and the European Union. The permanent funding by the German Foreign Office allowed the Institute to develop its expertise in lifelong education and literacy during the 1970s and 1980s. During the long years of activities, the UIL established a number of widely spread networks in the field of adult learning all over the globe. One major activity was the creation of the global network of learning cities, and I'm glad to see that only a short time ago, the city of Bonn, as the former capital of Germany and the host city for the office of the German Commission for UNESCO, joined this network. The name of UIL had changed over the decades, and so did the postal address in Hamburg. But still today, the basis for all work is an agreement with the host city Hamburg and the host country Germany. Due to this shared history, Germany and the city of Hamburg can be proud to host such a well-known institute with such a high reputation in the field of lifelong learning and the related research activities. UIL's mandate could not be more relevant today. Solving global challenges requires that all of us continue to learn, broaden our horizon, and develop the necessary knowledge to tackle the challenges ahead. In times like these, where decades of peaceful coexistence in Europe have been disrupted, this aim could not be more pertinent. Let us harness the power of lifelong learning to create peace and freedom as the ultimate goal of UNESCO. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour cette
Thank you very much for this presentation, which is not only remembered the work of the condition in which the Institute of Long-Term Learning was established, but you remembered also the importance of his mandate, of this mission, which is not less than in the last decades. It even gets stronger, and you underline the importance of education and for the lifelong learning, for the intellectual understanding, for the exchange in the whole over the world, and intellectual and scientific exchange in their area of education. And of course, this work is very much important to foster a culture of peace. And we see, unfortunately, that this mandate, this mission is very relevant and is an emergency and a necessity and a fundamental necessity. Now, I'd like to turn to Madame Stefania Giannini, Assistant Director General of UNESCO in charge for the education. The lady is going to give us a perspective, a broader perspective concerning the role and the positioning of the UIL in the architecture, of the general architecture, but especially in the mandate or in the frame of the mandate in the mission of the UNESCO, which is dedicated to the saving and continuing culture of peace. Stefania, it's up to you.
Bonjour.
Hello, Stefania.
Bonjour, David. Bonjour à tous et à toutes.
Hello, David. Hello, everybody.
Je suis très heureuse de vous
I'm very happy to see you again. At least online. And again, I'd like to reiterate congratulations for this wonderful anniversary, the 7th anniversary. And I'd like to thank everybody who is supporting this organization. And yesterday we got a lot of support, a lot of congratulations from the participants and the attendees of the symposium, and coming from every country. So I'm very, very happy, very glad to go back with this feeling to Paris. I'm really sure that we have to mobilize our work on the base of this impression, and we have to take every endeavors that necessary to achieve the mission, the mandate of the Institute. We have all the conditions united to do so.
I had the pleasure to listen to Vice President Jutke. Once again, happy to see you, and this very clear framing of the history of UIL. I will not focus so much on that. Anniversaries, as we said yesterday many times, are time for celebration, looking at the past, but also very much occasions for a reflection, not only on the past, but most importantly on the enduring values and relaunching the mission and looking to the future. And that's a bit our work today and in the coming months and years. Well, just a few words on some points that are still critical to project the role of UIL in the coming in the near future. As Vice President Jutke mentioned, the very early mission of this institute was the first step towards closer cooperation between UNESCO and Germany. However, it was the 1948, the first general conference, actually, but however, it was not until 1950 that the fifth general conference instructed, quoting the Director General, to find funds for the creation of UNESCO centers in Germany. And this is the starting point for the establishment of this institute. And UIL was one of the three projects. The other focused on youth work and social science, each with an international focus, but nevertheless intended to help tackle some of the fundamental problems, sociological, psychological, pedagogical, which bear upon the relations between German people and more particularly German youth and other nations. So UIL was at the very core of a larger, broader, more ambitious idea of reconstruction, as I also briefly mentioned yesterday in my greetings to the audience at UIL. Walter Merck, professor in the Faculty of Comparative Education at the University of Hamburg, as you all know, became the Institute's first director in 1952, after the mayor of Hamburg, Max Brauer, approved the establishment of the institute. And although its first meeting of experts focused already on adult education as a means of developing and strengthening social and political responsibility, this was not yet the new institute's core business, core focus. In these very early years, adult education was one of the topics the Institute was supposed to build, to create, is a mandate, but it was one of the many. I just went through the documents we have, and interesting phrases, interesting topics were mentioned: education for international understanding, higher education, languages, the role of languages for mutual understanding, and psychology. But the turning point in history, including the history of UIL, was the publication of the very first UNESCO report, the FOR report, in 1972, that, as everybody knows, marked the importance of lifelong education, later becoming lifelong learning. And, you know, words matter. And we know all that since that time, lifelong learning became part of the common language for people who are dealing with education, but not exclusively within the community of experts. Also in the common language, lifelong learning now is the perspective that every person, every citizen has the right to get from a social share responsibility. And institutions have to focus on that. So here we are. UIL now is the more specialized ambassador as an institution for this important mission. And as I mentioned yesterday, the new landscape, which has been recently reframed by the Transforming Education Summit and the Futures of Education report from the International Commission chaired by Madam President of Ethiopia, Saleh Work Zewde, has clearly mentioned the new social contract for education as one of the next step to do. This is part of the ambitious Our Common Agenda from the Secretary General Guterres, calling on the world to, quoting, re-embrace global solidarity and finding new ways to work together for the common good, still by forging a new social contract anchored in human rights. And it's quite interesting that this new, this language is common, independently has been reframed in the broader context of the UN, as well as in the more focused context environment here at UNESCO on education and the role of education to contribute to the big transitions we have to face, digital, green, and all the other social issues that we mentioned yesterday. Including the formal recognition of universal entitlement to lifelong learning and reskilling, which is a duty for governments to translate into practice through laws, legislation, through policy, and effective lifelong learning systems. That means actually transforming education systems like they are now, not being anymore fitting to the purpose. So more than ever in this new landscape, within this follow-up that we are now very much working on of the Transforming Education Summit, it's clear that UIL mandate is critical globally, as well as central to UNESCO's wider ambitions to transform education. And the challenges we face from climate change. In a few days, we'll all be in Sharm el-Sheikh under the Egyptian presidency to focus on this topic, to the technological revolution and all the cascade consequences of that, including artificial intelligence, have never been greater, we know all, and it has never been clearer that this lifelong learning perspective must be absolutely a big part of the solution. So this is my contribution, David, to your discussion, and I really hope, sure, that our deliberations today will deepen the conversation about how we must deliver this mandate and help to further refine the direction of the Institute in the decades to come. I wish you a successful meeting and productive meeting today. And once again, warm greetings from Paris.
Thank you very much, Stefania, for providing this broad framework. I mean, what you call this new landscape, you know, within which UIL needs to position its work as part and within the framework of UNESCO, and as a follow-up to the recent initiatives which are reshaping, I would say, the international agenda for education, the Transformation Education Summit that took place last month in New York, and earlier on, the launch by UNESCO of the report of the International Commission on the futures of education. And on that note, I would like to remind the participants that UIL did contribute to that report by publishing a study on the future of lifelong learning, which is called Embracing a Culture of Lifelong Learning, and which, of course, is very relevant to our discussion today. Maybe the colleagues can put the link on the chat. So it's, je voudrais maintenant,
I'd like now,
en repassant au français,
switch back to French, welcome Mr. Baril, who is the chairman of the board of direction of the Institute. The governing board, of the Institute, the gentleman will give us his perspective about the genesis and the developing of the Institute, and finally about the contribution of today's contribution that UIL may achieve today for the international debates and discussions pertaining to education and pertaining especially to the building, to the construction of this new social contract pertaining to education.
You have the word. Madame Giannini, Assistant Director for Education, Mr. Ludwig, Vice President of the German Commission and fellow colleague on UIL board participant. We are gathered to celebrate not only the 78th anniversary of the foundation of UIL as an organization, but also of an educational project valuing the right to education for all and the lifelong learning perspective. Right from the beginning, the UNESCO Institute for Education, as UIL was originally named, put forward foundational considerations regarding learning all through the lifespan. We can read in a 1952 report of a UNESCO's mission mandated to visit and study the newly created institute that, and I quote, "The governing board and standing committee of the Education Institute have decided to concentrate the work of the Institute in two areas, namely preschool education and adult education," end of quote. This report to the Executive Committee of UNESCO explained that these priorities were based, and I quote, on the belief that the problem of international understanding should be approached with a view both to the formation of a character and personality, lending itself to cooperative endeavors, and to overcoming of prejudices already formed in young adults, end of quote. In other words, and I quote, "In one field, the effort is being directed towards the prevention and the growth of prejudices, and in the other, towards the eradication of prejudices already existing," end of quote. In the language of our time, we could say that UIL's original educational project valued the lifelong learning perspective of learning to be and learning to become. Those references are still sources of inspiration in a world in urgent need of the transformative power of education. Since, during the last decade, the context of UIL's work has dramatically changed. The impact of global warming is already evident all around us. Demographic shifts, including population aging and migration challenge societies worldwide. The fast pace of changing labor market creates uncertainty for workers and economies. These trends affect all people around the world. They call for a transformation of education and learning systems and will also shape UIL's future directions and priorities in promoting lifelong learning for all. As called for in the UNESCO Futures of Education report, we need a new social contract for education, broadening the right to education towards a right to learning throughout life. Lifelong learning is the foundation for transforming our society. Learning is a collective endeavor that brings people together. It enables them to gain the awareness and skills to address these common challenges. First and foremost, the environmental and climate crisis. Constructing a new social contract means to rethink our patterns of education, how we teach, learn, and organize our learning. UIL supports the creation of learning ecosystem that recognize lifelong learning as a continuum of connected experiences delivered across various locations and supported by technology. Importantly, such a social contract must prioritize the needs of vulnerable groups to ensure that no one is left behind. Digitalization, while bearing a vast potential for lifelong learning, also entails the risk of social exclusion. Promoting digital skills, in particular of low literate youth and adults, will therefore be critical to ensure inclusive learning opportunities. These efforts must also acknowledge the value of peer and intergenerational as well as intercultural learning. A new social contract also means not to limit the potential of lifelong learning to skills development to serve economic growth, as has been the case for too long. Instead, we need to move towards a more ecologically oriented model of education and learning, supporting the shift towards more sustainable societies and economies. As global warming is accelerating and the devastating effect of the climate crisis become increasingly evident, we need to rethink our ways of living on Earth, recognizing the planet's boundaries and understand the consequences of human activity on ecological systems. To prevent the environmental collapse, we need new models of adult education, which are geared toward learning to care for each other, our communities, and the planet. Such a vision also reinforces an understanding of belonging to the same humanity and the same planet, while valuing our differences and diversity. Combating climate change importantly entails developing greener economies, which in turn calls for massive investments in skills development. Building on its prior work on green skills, UIL will further emphasize the ecological dimension in its work. In collaboration with countries and communities, UIL aim to support the development of climate action strategies for skilling, upskilling, and reskilling through lifelong learning. In light of the massive global challenges and the uncertainty that comes with them, lifelong learning provides a lever for positive transformation. Therefore, we need to foster a culture of lifelong learning and recognize lifelong learning as a human right. In our time, as it was the case at the foundation of UIL, all through our life, we need to learn to be and become. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this contribution. You actually pointed out the relevance of UIL's mandate in the context of this new social contract for education as defined in the report of International Commission on the Futures of Education. You also referred to the need for really developing, defining a new model for lifelong learning, but I would say also for society in general, which is truly sustainable. I would like to maybe invite you, I mean, the three of you, to, give some further thoughts about the discussion which is now taking place in relation to the need to expand in the current context the vision and the understanding of the right to education, to actually, I would say, bring it and extend it in this new landscape, which calls not only for a right to education, but for a right ready to education throughout life. So this understanding of this vision of moving towards the recognition of a right to lifelong learning, it is the vision and the debate that took place a few months ago in June this year in Morocco at Confintea 7. And indeed, the definition and the writing of the Marrakesh Framework for Action makes a clear reference to this understanding and this vision towards an extension of the right to education to actually move towards a right to lifelong learning. So this vision that was adopted and articulated by more than 140 countries in Marrakesh also provides, in a way, directions for the work of the institute, also in the context of this new landscape. So I think it would be interesting to hear, from you more about this vision, the challenges ahead, and maybe how also the institute could contribute to actually make this a reality through its program. Stefania, I wonder if you would like to start.
Thank you very much, David. An excellent presentation from Professor Baril, president of the governing board, who already actually developed very well the substance of the discussion. Just a few complementary points from my side, focusing on the, I would say, the takeaways from the COVID-19 crisis, which is actually the ground of our work since 2021. What we learn, among other important issues, is that space and time for learning is not anymore, and cannot be anymore, confined to the schooling process, while we understood the importance of having schools open, and while we understood the schools are not simply places to learn, but for many other dimensions, they are essential for well-being of children and the youth. So we realize that this life-wide and lifelong learning are already a reality. The problem is that it's not a reality for all. The problem is that inclusion has not yet been put at the core of policies. The problem is that connectivity is not a right for all. And the new concept of right to education has to include such a dimension. If you want to leverage the power of technology to assure that new generations of children and youth, but also adults, can be easier than in the past, skilled and or reskilled, we must assure first that they can have access to these technological tools, platforms, online courses, and so on. So my first point, my first cent is that the new right to education framework should include this dimension. And it's not by chance that one of the global initiatives that we launched at the the Transforming Education Summit is very much about considering and promoting digital learning as a public common good through gateway to digital content that UNESCO as the intergovernmental organization responsible for education for all, inclusive education for all, will be happy to host, to coordinate. The second point is moving to the Marrakesh roadmap, is the three-dimensional perspective that this roadmap actually designed. Skills for life and work, especially for adults and citizens, broadly speaking, not only focusing on youth and children, should be developed through these three dimensions for individuals, for economy, and for society. And I think that the new mission of UIL should very much follow and elaborate on these three dimensions. And I think that the original mandate, as we all discussed today, of the Institute was not very far from this ambitious and broad perspective. Now, the question is how we can concretely translate in the current situation with the many challenges, including financial challenges. Must be very honest, we are grateful to the federal German government for its support continuously over time, but of course we are also very much aware that many competing challenges and priorities are coming out from a very cloudy horizon for all of us, including the war in Ukraine and its huge impact on European countries. So that's a bit my second cent to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefania. Artwig, I would like to turn to you. What is your perspective on this vision? Artwig, you're still muted.
It should be fine now. Yeah, okay, thank you. So we had this problem here. Yes, I would like to point out one special aspect for the work of UIL in particular. I think following the COVID-19 crisis and following the war in Ukraine, we have now the high prices for energy, and we are talking about a recession for most countries in the future. I think we will have to tackle the situation for the next years with very, very strong discussions about the budget in every country for different political demands. And due to this, I think we as UIL should try to intensify our communication and try to increase our communication work to advertise that the idea of lifelong learning is as important as it is. Communication for a broad audience at the total global inhabitants at the end, but especially a communication to the political decision makers. So I think it probably would be very, very important for the next years to increase our communication work in order to find the necessary money for our work in the future.
Merci pour ce commentaire. Je me tourne pour
Thank you very much
terminer
for
vers
this
Daniel
comment. And now I come back to
peut-être une
Mr. Daniel
réflexion
Barrel,
complémentaire
who will maybe add
Merci.
another
également
point
pour conclure
and
ce
also
panel.
to
Daniel?
conclude this panel.
David. Somehow, to me, a right to lifelong learning has been implicit in the DNA of the right to education. Even if in the Declaration of Human Rights, it's more strictly defined. All through the decades, through UIL's work, UNESCO work, and
I'm a little working with the pinning because I'm doing it now, but I'm not co-host.
Different.
Do you see him?
There's somebody speaking over right now, I think. Okay, perfect. So to me, and also through the Confintia process, we developed an explicit that idea that the right to education is for all, including adult. And to me, it's just a normal sociological, logical, philosophical development that we're dealing with now, and just to explicate and frame a right to lifelong learning. But also the importance of it is we will not be able to challenge and face all the challenges of our time, climate change, living together, peace in a peaceful world, if we don't develop adult skills. They are a part of the solution, adult knowledge and understanding. And we cannot put on the shoulder of the next generation the mission to solve all the problems created by adults. So adults have to be part of the solution. And UIL, all through its history, has played an intellectual leadership role, has played a innovative and laboratory role, and maybe more than ever, UIL will and should be at the forefront of that new challenge to extend not only the right to education as a technical lever, but also the fact that we need every adult to develop skills, understanding, knowledge, to be together and face those challenges. The climate crisis will not be solved if adults are not put in the discussion, and their skills and knowledges, the lack of it or the shortcomings of it are the source of the problem we're facing. So like UNESCO said at the beginning in its spirit, it's in the mind of people that war starts. It's in the mind of people that we have to prevent war. And I think in that spirit, the mandate of UIL is relevant as it has ever been. And the next 70 years of UIL will be fascinating in that perspective. Opportunities are there, and the Institute is well tooled to face them. And actually, as president and chair of UIL, I call for support to UIL and expand its capacities because it is needed.
Thank you, Daniel, for this comment. Again, as you indicated, education and the right to education is a right for all, including adults, and this is something that should not be forgotten. And this is very much part also of this understanding of the concept of a right to lifelong learning. And there is also a sense of urgency, as you indicated, considering the challenges that humanity is facing today, starting, of course, with climate change. Responding to those challenges require, also to give and provide better and more access to education for adults who are the ones who can actually contribute immediately to drive this so needed change. So thanks. I would like to thank warmly our three panelists, Stefania Giannini, Artwed Lutke, and Daniel Barril, for their excellent contributions that give really for us now a very clear and rich understanding of really not only the topic, but also the challenges and some of the directions ahead for UIL within the broader framework of UNESCO. So thanks again. We're now going to move to the second panel. That will be an opportunity to actually go deeper in our discussion of the concept of lifelong learning and its meaning today. And for that, it is my pleasure to pass the floor to Mrs. Maren Elfert, who is a professor at the King's College in London, and who is going to moderate the next panel. Thanks again to all, and Maren, you have the floor.
It's an honor and a pleasure for me to be part of the 70th anniversary celebration of this institute, which had such an interesting history and has been a source of inspiration, as Daniel Barry has just said, and played an important role globally in promoting adult education and lifelong learning throughout the decades. And that is also the title of this panel, Lifelong Learning Throughout the Decades, which is meant to shed some light on the development of the notion of lifelong learning and its relevance today. And as we all know, lifelong learning is a concept that has guided education policy. And since the 1960s, and in particular the 1970s, UIL has greatly contributed to the conceptualization of lifelong learning as a policy paradigm. But it is also a philosophical and a pedagogical concept that has its roots in cultural traditions. And our three panelists today will address both of these meanings of lifelong learning. There's much to be said about the distinctions and merits of our three panelists today. In the interest of time, I will not list all of them and keep my introductions relatively short. I hope that all of the panelists are in the meeting now. So Sir Alan Tuckett is Emeritus Professor of Education at the University of Wolverhampton. He has been an advocate of adult education and lifelong learning all his life, with extensive international experience. He was president of the International Council for Adult Education for many years. He led England's National Institute of Adult Continuing Education, NIAS, from 1988 to 2011, and he is a honorary fellow of UIL. He has had many ties to UIL. For example, he started the National Adult Literacy Campaign in the UK in the 1970s. He started Adult Learners Week in 1992, which was adopted by UIL and spread to many countries around the world. And Sir Alan Tuckett will speak to us about how the notion of lifelong learning has changed over the decades, what are the main achievements of the past decades, and the main challenges today. And then we have Mr. Andreas Schleicher, who is Director for the Directorate of Education and Skills at the OECD. We all know him as the initiator and director of the Program for International Student Assessment, PISA, and the Program for the International Assessment of Adult Competencies, PIAC. And Andreas Schleicher's biography is also connected to UIL in direct and indirect ways. For example, before joining the OECD, he was Director for Analysis at the International Association for Educational Achievement, which had its beginnings in the Institute. And I believe you are also from Hamburg. Okay, so Andreas Schleicher will speak to the changes in the learning-work relationship and the challenges they pose to adult learning. For example, the challenge of automation. And then Mrs. Rukiatou Ompateba is director of the Amadou Ompateba Foundation in the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, which is devoted to the heritage of her father, Amadou Ompateba, who I believe we see on the picture on the wall behind you, a Malian historian and writer who was a champion of African history, culture, and literature. And she shares with UIL a deep commitment to literacy. And Mrs. Ba will speak to us about the notion of lifelong learning and how it is rooted in cultural traditions in Africa, and what role should traditional forms of knowledge play in addressing today's global challenges. Each speaker has 8 minutes speaking time, and I would like the panelists to be mindful of time. I hope that it won't be necessary for me to interrupt you. If you are still speaking after 8 minutes, I will ask you to wrap up. Okay, and I would also, of course, like to invite the audience to post their questions in the Q&A box while the speakers are presenting. And after the first round of contributions by the panelists, we will try to address some of these questions and comments, and then hopefully invite the speakers to give a final round of comments. So I'll get started with giving the floor to Sir Alan Tuckett. Alan, please.
Hello, and can I start by congratulating UIL on its 70 years, and like Daniel, look forward to the doubling of that history, and not only for myself, but for the International Council for Adult Education. As I open, I just want to make a cheap but important point. I was asked in my invitation letter to talk about the roots of adult learning and education. And of course, it is both at the core of our thinking about lifelong learning, but also in a sense easily swamped by the more recent elements. But I'm going to start with the roots of adult learning and education, which lay in the religious and political movements and the attempts of people in those, the struggle of men and women to make sense of social change, to try to understand what was going on and to act upon it. So you see that in struggles within religious communities, you see it in the evolution of labor movements, and of course in anti-colonial movements as well. As Raymond Williams, a post-war Welsh adult educator, put it, people turn to adult learning at times of social change in order to understand what's going on, in order to adapt to it, and to my mind, most importantly, to help to shape it. And I think that's a distinction worth holding on to when we think about how systems have evolved more recently. Lenin put it in a slightly different way, thinking about one of the core elements at the heart of the lifelong learning agenda, which is the rights of adults to have access to literacy. That literacy is not a political problem, it's the fundament without which you can't have an informed politics. And in a way, that link between literacy, citizenship, and adult voice is critically important. But of course, as the first panel highlighted, it's not only about adults' lifelong learning, it's also about preschool too. And it's interesting how at different points in the evolution, family learning has been a focus. The next thing I wanted to do was say it's all very well to say it emerged with people making their own associations and trying to establish ways of influencing the world, largely, I suppose, in civil society, but eventually institutions form, and critically after the First World War, there was a desire to have informed citizens and voters. You saw that in the 1919 report in the United Kingdom and the founding of Volkshochschulen in Germany. But and those institutions then make adult education something with systems and administration and structures and curricula. At the same time, of course, popular education continues to have a driver. You see that in the work of the Université Populaire in France, for example. A parallel dimension to the emergence of, the early focuses of adult learning and education, lifelong learning activity, were of course on learning for the world of work, mechanics institutes and the like, literacy, as I've mentioned, but also social and political education. But then a parallel dimension, sharing the richnesses of art, culture, the natural sciences and ethics, was often stimulated by universities sharing their knowledges outside the walls. And then, you know, through agricultural extension, you see those institutions too taking vocational studies for adults out into communities. I suppose a lot of our thinking about adults and learning has been shaped by the emergence of Fordist and Taylorist forms of work organization, that you tended to learn the things you needed to do to be able to do a job. And that system of thinking, through night schools, through to technical institutions, through to the panoply of vocational education and training that we've got today, has of course been an important and increasingly dominant picture. These separate strands of thinking about how people had access to influencing the world, the Williams agenda, where you could see that underpinning the humanistic values that led to the creation of UNESCO in 1945, in the way, as Stefania was saying, for the creation of the UIE and UIL from 1952, we really begin to see lifelong education as the frame of all of it, and lifelong learning, with the Four Report in 1972. And then through the 1970s, UIL is actually by UNESCO given a formal responsibility for thinking about it. Thinking about the developments in the field, I mean, the importance of the civil rights movement in the United States in the 60s, or of second wave feminism in the 70s, anti-colonial activity, and critically, Freire's work on literacy and power, renewed curricula in adult education committed to learning for social change. And you began to see much more focus on the differentiation of adult groups, a recognition of who isn't there and what can be done about it. I suppose the biggest impetus came with the 1990s. On the one hand, Delors' humanistic learning the treasure within, learning to be, learning to do, learning to live together, and so on. And OECD's lifelong learning policies, recognizing the critical importance of adult learning to the strengthening of human capital and therefore the viability of modern businesses. And that vision is really backed by the World Bank, backed to an extent by the European Union, has dominated thinking in many recent years. For me, Confintea 5 in 1997 was perhaps the high watermark of adult learning policy during this period, with its reassertion of lifelong, life-wide, and life-deep learning, and a focus on the marginalized and excluded, a delight in celebration and also creativity. But there's been such a gap over the years between the commitments we make in international agreements and what actually happens on the ground. So you see this in the Education for All goal on adult literacy, the gap between the welcome commitment to lifelong learning in the Sustainable Development Goals and the absence of financial support to achieve those goals, and national systems increasingly limiting public support to vocational education and training, rather traditionally developed, even at the same time as the digital revolution and the emergence of our AI has helped us to understand that it's learning that's the key industrial skill, and learning leaks wherever you choose to do it. So the SDGs recognize that adult learning impacts on almost all of the SDGs, and yet, despite the progress we've made in creating learning cities, our conception of lifelong learning seldom effectively mobilized to their different achievements. So in finishing, I want to say that as UIL hits 70, we are at a crossroads. And I want to argue the need to recommit to a holistic ALE, of course, grounded in the world of work and so on, but much more than that, to support adults to exercise the right to use learning to fulfill their lives in all of its possibilities. The danger otherwise, I think, is that we drift into insignificance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. I will give the floor right away to our second speaker, Andreas Schleicher.
Yeah, thanks so much, Maren. And first of all, again, my congratulations to UIL. You've been an amazing champion for an agenda that everybody talks about on Sunday, but few people actually do something seriously from Monday to Friday. And so I think you are kind of constant, pushing of this agenda has been so important. Your last 70 years have been perhaps easy because you could do that work in the shadows of the heat of the political debate. I predict that your next 70 years are going to be a lot tougher because you find yourself at the center of the discussion. Lifelong learning is the make or break point of societies in which we live today. And when you ask yourself, why don't we see more of this? The first panel has highlighted, some of the issues, access to learning and so on. They're real. But the biggest obstacle is ourselves. Actually, when you survey people, why don't you actually continue to learn? Often the answer is, I don't think I need it for what I do. Or the type of education that I got when I was young is not what I want to see again in my life. We are sort of driving out that energy, that curiosity of people to learn, to unlearn, to relearn by the education we often give them up front. That is part of the reality in which we live. Now, there are amazing opportunities today. In fact, we often see the digital world as taking away jobs, robots, taking over whole factories and all these things. But actually, when you look at this more carefully, the more digitally intensive your job is, the more likely you are actually to learn from your coworkers. The more likely you're going to learn by doing. The more likely you're going to keep up to date. And the digital society is the lifelong learning society because it's become a necessity. In this world, you can no longer, persist without being constantly able to open new frontiers, to be able and willing to unlearn, to relearn. And of course, that's also going to polarize our world more. Those people who have those opportunities, who use them, will have unprecedented opportunities, whereas those who do not will fall behind. That is the big risk, the equity gap that we're seeing. The drivers behind that are not difficult to understand. We are seeing a decline in routine cognitive tasks, the kind of things that are easy to teach, easy to test, become less relevant because technology becomes better in those things. And then, technology intensive tasks are on the rise. You put the two things together, that's the future of work. It's not rocket science. It's a trend that we are seeing in every part of the world. We need to push ourselves much harder. What makes us human in a world in which the kind of things that are easy to teach, easy to test, have become easy to digitize, to automate. How do we actually continue to grow, to continue to develop? And all of that has real life consequences. On the vertical axis, you see the skills of adults population as measured by our PIAC survey. On the horizontal axis, you see the risk of automation, and you can see the two are pretty closely related. Societies that have that high level of adult skills are actually quite well protected from the risk of automation, while societies that actually, have invested less in the skills of adults see their jobs disappearing. And that again shows you one of those polarizing forces that the skills of adults really provide at the individual level, but also at the aggregate level. You want to protect your society from the risks of automation here, invest in the skills of people. And that brings me to just a couple of questions that I want to raise with you. The first is, the past was easy. We went to school, to university, we worked, and then one day we retired. In the future, the early years will be an essential foundation for lifelong learning. Why do I say that? Because many of the skills that are so central for lifelong, life-wide learning are developed in our earliest years of life. The capacity to live with ourselves, the capacity to live with other people, the curiosity, that helps us, discover new frontiers. Now, we are born with all of that. And then, we need to nourish this much more intentionally. The foundations for lifelong learning are laid in the earliest years of life. And then, working and learning will be increasingly integrated. Great places of work will be amazing places of learning. And good places of learning will always anticipate the evolution of labor demand. That actually is why vocational education should not be a last resort. It should become a first choice for people. And we should make it a first choice by building the first-class environment that enables people to work with real people, to work on real problems, to do things that have real consequences. I do believe, that integration of working and learning will be so critically important. The future will probably see more of learning accounts, where actually, rather than putting people through educational institutions up front, we're going to give them, some credit where they can actually take ownership over what they learn and how they learn and where they learn and when in their life they're going to learn. And you can see, some countries actually moving quite fast on this. I want to conclude with just, a couple of questions. The toughest one is obviously, how do we distribute the costs and benefits of learning between the people, between employers, between governments. And I think to answer that question, we need much better evidence on the benefits. Who is actually, the primary beneficiary? Otherwise, if we don't figure that out, we're not going to make the investments in this. For governments, it's so much more comfortable to just pay for educational institutions like schools and universities than to figure out, where is the incidence and intensity of learning best covered? What are the incentives? Remember the first slide I showed you. The biggest obstacle to learning are we ourselves. We do not see that need for our current job. We do not look towards the future. What's the next job going to require from us? We had those learning experiences that put us off from further learning. How do we create better incentives? How do we set standards for good lifelong learning? Think about school. Yeah, we have a curriculum, we have assessments, exams, all of that. It comes to lifelong learning, is a jungle. Yeah, we are going to see things like micro-credentials and all of that, putting some order into this. But this is at the very, very beginning. And I would argue there is a key role for governments. If you just let the jungle on its own, it will grow, it'll become more convoluted, more intransparent, more difficult to navigate. That is, something governments should take to heart. How can we bring some order, some system into this? How do we recognize the skills of people they develop, on their own without a formal structure? Very, very important questions. The gig workers, how do we support that? What do we do, with people who are not employed? You can say, well, when you're in employment, you're going to learn on your own, as I showed you at the beginning. But what do we do with the unemployed? Maybe, governments need to pick up more of that responsibility. But that's the easy part, the people who are out of the labor market. What are we doing with the people who are at risk of losing their job? What do we do with the truck drivers today that tomorrow may be automated? It's now that the investment are needed, not when they get unemployed. What do we do with the people who want to change their jobs, or people who are in the gig economy? And big questions that we have far too little attention paid to in the current. And then last but not least, governance. We have all these amazing new forms of work and the kind of greater ownership of people, of how they work, where they work, when they work, and so on. But often that means it's actually harder to, for governments to, extract money from that through taxes. Now, you do not know, how this value is being generated. So it's harder to tax. You can see that, Silicon Valley is a great example. A lot of money is being made, but actually these big tech companies, we have a hard time actually to bring that to bear for societies as a whole. We need to develop better devices on this. The devolution is amazing. You get a lot more control to local levels in this, but it actually makes it also harder for governments to bring some kind of system into this. And then we're going to see an increasing weakening between formal education and jobs, simply because employers are much more looking towards the skills you actually have and you acquire and your willingness to engage in the development of new skills than your past certificates. And that's something we need to actively take in. And finally, we can become so much better in predicting how the skills develop and how we can respond to this. So once again, that all makes me believe that, your last 70 years, very easy, very comfortable. You could do all of this in the shadows. The next 70 years will pose some really, really tough questions.
Thank you very much. Now I will give the floor to our last panelist, Madame Ba.
Merci Madame la modératrice, chers panélistes, chers auditeurs. Permettez-moi de remercier l'UIL d'avoir bien voulu associer la Fondation Amadou
So I would
Hampâté-Bâ
like to
à la célébration
thank
de
the
ce
organizers
70e
to have given us the occasion to speak at this anniversary and to transmit our wishes that this institute will continue to exist throughout our life here on earth and forever. So our foundation wants to support spiritually. This is the heritage of Amadou Hampâté-Bâ, who used to work for UNESCO. He had a scholarship, then he was a correspondent and member of the governing board for 8 years. Amadou Hampâté-Bâ has been able to underline African cultural traditions. And just to illustrate what I'm trying to say, the scholarship that UNESCO had granted to Amadou Hampâté-Bâ stipulated that he had to be 50 years of age at least, without superior education, and nothing else was asked. He just had to show up, and this is how it went. And in his report on his scholarship, he let us know how he was able to compare the education that he had received from his parents and the initiation, and how Europeans taught their children. When he, for instance, when they arrived as a correspondent, how they found information and how certain things had to be corrected because Africans would not really reflect everything that was that had been displayed in reality, because they had a different perception. So now I'm going to address the deep roots of lifelong learning in cultural traditions in Africa and what the challenges are. How can we address global challenges today? So, Africa had a rich culture in order to do that. And that was all of art and science and whatever the mind could create. And Africa had a very rich culture in that sense, but it was normally transmitted orally from generation to generation. This is why it was so precarious. There was the First World War, where people would go there. Then the introduction of the Western school system, and this led to an abyss, a gap between those who had followed Western schooling and those who stuck to African knowledge, because the big challenge to transmit African knowledge is the lack of written procedures. So it is not literate, and that was one of the big problems when it came to overcoming the challenges described. So as long as there is not mass literacy, development is not possible. And Amadou Hampâté-Bâ was very much committed to making progress here, and he wanted to put out some suggestions for solutions. So before he went to Western school, he went to initiation school, African schooling, and he started to come up with an alphabet based on the Latin alphabet and the Arab alphabet. He saw the resemblances with the French language and certain sounds, and so he set out to suggest this kind of approach. The alphabet is a convention, and in Africa there was no written language, so Africans had to come together and convene and say, okay, we're going to adopt this. And he had been to Western schooling, he had learned the Latin alphabet. The others knew the Arab alphabet, so he suggested this during a UNESCO conference on language in 1966, and it was adopted, and this is now the transcription of all African languages in the world. Now, before the introduction of Western schooling in Africa, there was already a way of schooling, a type of education which was initiation. The initiation is a social cultural phenomenon to share knowledge, and the teachers were on the other side, and then there was the initiates, and the field of initiation embraced topics like picking harvests. Children were taught what fruit could be eaten, what was harvest time, how you conserve or process foods, initiation to hunting, game, their characters, the way they moved through the landscape, all sorts of knowledge about animals, because traditionally the vision of the world was based on respect, the respect of minerals, of animals and plants. So a very ecological vision. You would not just throw things in the water, and you were not allowed to just cut a tree. So they were initiated in the agriculture, the seasons, the soil, herbs, medicinal plants. So, and it also encompassed all the other professions: weaving, sewing, all sorts of things, forging, blacksmith, jewelry, etc. And there was religion as well, African religions, animistic religions, and also Christianity and Islam. So all of this took place in an oral context. So the world challenges that Africa is now facing, and the fact that we have lived through colonialization. So we did not have the same rights, we were not allowed to speak our languages, and most Africans were depersonalized. They let go of their own personality and just took on the personality of others, which was very regrettable for this culture. People like, thank God, people like Hampatiba were there in order to hold up African cultures. While still taking on Western ideas, he was proud to have had Western schooling, because he learned about the French. If he hadn't had the French language and writing, he would not have been able to do what he did, and all the African languages would maybe have been lost. So he was very much aware of that fact. For him, both systems, complementary systems, it was important that they were put together in order to overcome the challenge that the culture was facing. Because rejecting these ancestral values that are humanist and just taking on other values, that would have been a pity. It would have been a pity that the Africans could not stand on the foundation of their own culture in order to progress. So they still have the same way of clothing, the same way of speaking. All this has been preserved. Because if you are a stranger to yourself, you cease to exist. So it was lifelong learning that helped in this approach, and I hope that the UIL can come together and recognize this enormous legacy that we have and that can help to face the challenges. But one of the keys is literacy. Without literacy, it cannot be done. But if people are literate, they can hold on to their culture and resist extremism. So it's essential values that we have here in order to reject evil. Evil can only be beaten with the arms of the good and of love. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Donc maintenant, we'll take a few minutes to look at some of the questions. These were three very different presentations, looking at lifelong learning from three different perspectives. Yes, Sir Alan Tuckett has finished his presentation with a kind of plea maybe to recommit to a holistic adult learning perspective, or as he said, to let it drift into insignificance. So your presentation, Alan, kind of your historical account, it looked like the possibilities of lifelong learning have narrowed over time. And Madame Ba has reminded us of lifelong learning as a traditional way of knowing, and the importance of oral traditions and the intergenerational transfer of knowledge, the concept of initiation that you talked about, but also the importance of literacy and languages, which has always been one of the key areas of UIL's work. And Andrea Schleicher has made us maybe painfully aware of the challenges that new societal and work-related developments will bring. And I wonder whether the emancipatory and holistic adult learning approach and lifelong learning as a way of knowing that Alan Tuckett and Madame Ba talked about might not have an important role to play to prepare adults for this future of automation and digitization. Just something to consider while let's take one or two questions. So there's a question from Dr. Brian Cowell from Northern Ireland. Greetings from Northern Ireland. In order to achieve real progress in lifelong learning, it is essential that initiatives outside university portals are given real status, value, and long-term resources. It seems to me that the panels need to discuss in depth why this is not the case in so many countries. Who would like to say something to this question? The importance of giving, yes, please, Andreas.
Maybe I can give it a start. I think we have to acknowledge that we have created a very monopolistic environment for lifelong learning. Universities are very good to bundle three things, to the content they provide, that they manage the delivery, and they decide on what is valued learning. They give you a degree. I would actually argue we are at a time where technology will unravel this. Educational content is now available anywhere. Delivery, you can learn in so many interesting ways, well beyond the institutions. And accreditation That's going to be the key. I do believe if governments create a more level playing field for recognizing learning that is, taking place in different formats, in different, forums by different institutions, if we can create a more level playing field for this, I think what Brian calls for is going to happen. And we do see this already happen. You can see many employers who care less about, the educational pathways you've gone through. They care more about what you can actually do and how well you work with, people who are different from you. So I think we're going to see this. The question is, to what extent is public policy, sitting on the sidelines and let it happen, or taking an active steer and, creating a more true level playing field? And I do believe there's a huge opportunity to make lifelong learning really a reality for all and bring in a lot more, opportunities. Learning should not be monopolized by formal educational institutions. There are so many interesting ways in which people can and want to learn. And if we can, encourage them, recognize them, we will. We also need to realize that the formal education that we have today has created many solutions, but also left us with a lot of problems. We are very good to educate second-class robots, people who are very good to repeat what we told them. Schools, universities do that really well. But again, what makes us human in this world in which things that are easy to teach have become easy to digitize? I think, this holistic view of lifelong learning that the UIL promotes is becoming more and more important in these days in which we live than ever in the past.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to speak to the first question about the, yes,
briefly,
Alan, yes.
I do think that there are tendencies of the kind that Andreas is pointing towards deinstitutionalization. The thing that worries me is that if you already have pretty massive polarization going on, the people with the most privileged forms of work learn and learn and learn and learn, and it's ever so easy to see that investing in them is a really good way of strengthening your economy for the future. The people have been left out and are marginalized from that. Not only, as again Andreas pointed out, don't see themselves as active learners. They can't see a short-term benefit from it. And nor, I'm afraid, can the state. That what you, in a deinstitutionalized world, who will help someone put their toe in the water to see that this might be for the likes of me? This might be any of the journeys you read or hear of learners who have, as adults, suddenly refound the confidence to engage with the world of work. Sure, some of them are peer groups in the world of work if they've already got a job, but for many people, you put your toe in the water, you develop a little confidence in one context, gradually you take on more systematic forms of study, and then you become a bit like heroin. It's something you can't give up very easily once you've found a delight in it. But it's getting people to that starting point that need intermediaries. Now, those intermediaries are currently absolutely not in the institutions we've created of higher education. We measure those institutions by a very narrow range of their functions, not on their societal task of sharing the knowledges we've gained. And for institutions outside of universities, you have a constant sort of struggle to show why you're not quite like them, or why the goals you generate are ones that our countries at the moment are much less good at measuring. So if you take the impact of mental health on the world of work, you don't solve mental health problems only through formal structured skills. There's a huge amount of benefit in encouraging people to learn convivially with one another. We've had a government inquiry which says learning is one of the 5 core skills for preserving good mental health through adult life and especially as people get older. Now, you can't benefit from that if you don't see yourself as learners. It's not that people don't learn, it's they don't see themselves as learners or don't take the confidence from that to take the next step. It does seem to me that kind of celebration, encouragement, outreach work are fundamental to any deinstitutionalized future that we're pointing to.
Thank you. Madame Ba, did you want to speak to this question about recognizing learning outside the formal system? I think that's something that you actually spoke about in your presentation to some extent. You don't have to. We can move on to the next question. I'm just asking.
Alors, pour moi, cette démarche-là,
for me, this approach, as it was described, is very good. You have to have the will. You have to show your will to do this. As long as you have this approach, you can have many structures as you want, but if you don't know why you are integrating these structures, it makes no sense. Schools is delivering graduates, but it's the life that is shaping you. That is very important to know. You have to be open. You have to be an open personality. You have to have a broader view of the things. In our region, we say you have to go searching the science from the cradle to the grave. So as long as you're on the way, you're an active person.
Donc les deux sont complémentaires. Tout dépend du postulat de chacun et de la conscience qu'on ait et la volonté de voir.
Everything depends on the awareness that you have and on the readiness to do this.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so Madame Ba said that it's school and life education are complementary. It's the life that forms, c'est la vie qui forme. Okay, let's take one more question. And then I would like to ask you a wrap-up question. There's a question by Ralph Sinclair. Hello, everybody. It seems to me that as we reflect on the history of non-school education generally, we tend to see a period of idealism followed by a period of retrenchment, characterized by a reassertion of the interests of capital. Given the need for state commitment and the current tendency for capital interests to dominate the state, where do the speakers see the terrain of possibility for humanist and transformative lifelong learning lying? It seems to me that in the community is an insufficient answer, given the need for infrastructure and resources to move lifelong learning forward. So where do we see the possibility for humanist and transformative lifelong learning, given the lack of infrastructure and resources? Alan?
I want to start with the women's movement, second wave feminism. In the 1970s, outside of educational institutions, women, the movement to assert women's identity, women's rights, generated the richest kind of educational activity and inquiry. And in the end, institutions followed on and solidified and supported it. That process is as important as the one that Ralph highlighted. You don't get the invention of new social forms without the engagement of social groups. And by and large, it seems to me that the state can do so much, business can do so much, but without the voice, this is what Madame Ba was saying, without the voice of the diversity of and different communities who are being engaged with, you get nowhere with it, really. I'm just struck that you have to trust civil society to generate sufficient dynamism and energy for the political challenge of meeting their needs to become part of a general agenda. Because I really agree with Andreas that the way our states currently focus and prioritize spending is because it's simple to do. You know, if you spend more money on certifying more people, you can demonstrate you spent money on education. As the gap emerges and strengthens between that strategy and the way our economies and societies are developing, the argument becomes much more powerful in the other direction. If you look at what's happening in Europe, and not only in Europe, with the growth of far-right responses to marginalization, to people feeling that no longer can you see your interests being represented by the way our societies are organized as a whole, we'll have to come to the point that we rethink how we engage with all of our people. We can't just focus on the privileged. And the trouble with Ralph's point about institutions is the minute we institutionalize, we risk excluding as well as including. So I think there's always got to be a critique from civil society, not to say it's useless what we're doing as governments and institutions, but to remind us of who isn't there and what can be done about it.
Thank you, Alan. If you allow, I will not ask the other panelists to respond to this question because we are already a bit behind in the schedule. And I would like to ask one final question to the panelists, because one of the aims of this day and also of this panel was also to give some direction to for later discussions around the future of UIL's work. And I'm very impressed, Andreas, that you said that you think UIL will be at the center of the discussion in the next 70 years. So I would like to ask you to share some final remarks about where you see the future orientation of UIL's work. Where do you think UIL should take its work? And we have to be brief, just 1 minute maximum, please. Andreas, do you want to go first?
Yeah, first of all, I do think, the humanistic vision for lifelong learning that the UIL has put forward is going to be even more important in the future than in the past. Because once again, technology is going to push us to think much harder about what makes us human. Yeah, math and science will always be important, but the big questions of the future are, can you live with yourself? Can you live with people who are different from you? Can you live with this planet? And are you, willing not just to learn, but also to unlearn and relearn when the context change? This constant push to grow and to see new frontiers, I think is going to be very, very important. And I think, in a way, what I would encourage the UIL, this is not about public versus private. This is really about what can we do together in service of the public good. A lot of the learning, the lifelong learning, will not take place in public institutions. It's going to take place, in the lives of people, in the workplaces of people, and we should create an ecosystem. I think this is where I see the UIL's work so critical, to help build that ecosystem where, learning is at the center and, where and how and when you learn. That should be in the ownership of people and facilitated. And governments have a huge role to play that, that not just that learning is available, but also that people see that need, that people on the margins of, employment, people on the margins of society see a future, see a new future through them, through learning. So I actually think, this is why I say, your work is going to be very much at the center of the public debate in the next years and decades. And I think this is just an amazing opportunity.
Thank you. That's great to hear. Madame Ba, would you like to share some remarks?
Well, I would like to say that our foundation is happy to work together with the UIL, in particular when it comes to well-adapted projects adapted to the illiterate masses in Africa, because this is still a huge challenge. And for this, we need strategies that are adapted to the context. We have Griot, the public communicators. We could raise awareness and make sure that we listen closer to those who don't speak French, for instance. You can do that also in the churches. We can raise awareness for these problems. So we have different thrusts, parallel thrusts to get to our goals. But thank you once again to UIL for giving me the occasion to speak here and to draw attention to these points.
I hear you saying that literacy should still be an important field for the Institute, but adapted to different contexts. And we heard about these different contexts throughout the panel. Alan, you go last.
Okay. 3 points, I think, for UIL for the future. And in a way, the future is often good drawing on the past. Learner voices, being sure that the cacophony of different experiences we have in engaging with social change are celebrated, captured, and reinforced, helping people to listen to the voices of learners. Ways of engagement. I don't think we've done anything like enough to address the issue that was there in Andreas's first slide about how do you engage with people who don't fit the structures that we've developed. And then the third area, I think, drawing on Madame Barr's point, but also on Andreas's point about where people will be learning in the future, is I think we've been really good at talking about what institutions can do. UIL has been very good at supporting non-formal learning, but informal learning, the ways in which people learn outside of systems, how they communicate that with one another, how they reinforce and develop and share their learning. It's such a rich domain. People like Anna Robinson-Pand have done some fascinating work in this area, but there's oceans more to do. And that will be as important to future employers as it will to the administration and support of a wider society. So learner voice, I think, is really important. How do you engage with people? How do you celebrate what people have done? How do you translate that stuff so governments have effective choices to make? And how can we strengthen our understanding of what goes on in non-formal learning? Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I think that's a very good way of concluding this panel. And I would like to thank our distinguished panelists for their contributions. I think it's been really interesting, and of course, never enough time. And thank you for the good questions. And I'm sorry that we could not address all of them. So before we conclude this panel, I wanted to let you know that there is a short break now of 15. Now it's 12 minutes, 12-minute break, and the event will resume at 11:30. So thank you very much.
Good day. My name is Amir Piric. I'm Chief Program Coordinator at UIL, at the Institute. So I have few minutes allocated to introduce to you our medium-term strategy and some of the key elements. So I would appreciate very much if my slides could be shared. So Sama, could you please go to the next page, please? Okay, so just to give you a bit of a background, during the last year, we had this task of developing new medium-term strategy for UIL, which is going to cover the period between now and 2029. We tried all the possible avenues to build consensus, understanding, and consultation with colleagues. So what you see on the screen are basically what we came up with, and in perfect consistency with UNESCO education sector goals. What are the key vision and mission statements for the Institute? In terms how we will achieve this, we will have a set of strategic objectives, which will focus on support for design implementation of lifelong learning policies, and obviously to advance participation in the lifelong learning and to gain a greater equity and inclusion in learning. Now, Sama, can I go to the next slide, please? Now, in terms of the operational modalities, what we are going to do, we will continue building institutional capacities at the national and local level. We will continue providing more reliable and better data and knowledge on lifelong learning. And obviously, we will do our best to strengthen our partnerships for advocacy and different other purposes. In terms of the thematic priorities, clearly, we will try to build quality learning ecosystems, then learning, work and life and skills throughout life, with the ultimate goal to have no one left behind. So finally, the outcome, which is also reflected in our medium-term strategy and in UNESCO strategic documents, is to build learning ecosystem that work across life in every setting and include everyone. So I'll stop at this stage, and I know I only have like 4 minutes, 5 minutes allocated to this, so I'm on time, so in case you have any questions. And by the way, our medium-term strategy is available from our website.
So hello, everybody, and welcome to the 70th anniversary of UIL once again. My name is Raúl Valdés, and I'm the team leader at UIL, and I will be moderating this third panel, which is called Climate Change, that together with the others to come on the rest of the day, will present the vision of relevant topics in which the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning has been working and will be highly involved, of course, in the coming years. So we know we are under increasing pressure and fundamental transformations are required, and that climate change, this climate change panel has on that sense the objective of highlighting the role of lifelong learning for climate action, will showcase good examples, and will inspire UIL's future work on this topic. We will be discussing topics related to current facts and figures on climate change, also the importance of lifelong learning for combating climate change and the role of youth and cities therein. Well, the session will start with an introduction on the topic, followed by UIL colleague presentation on the work done and that one to be done in the coming years. And then it will continue with 2 respondents to the 2 first presentations. And at the end of the presentation, we'll have a Q&A session. Participants can pose their questions in the Q&A box while speakers are presenting, and these questions will be directed to speakers after their presentations. Participants can also share good practices of lifelong learning for climate action in the chat box. Well, without further delay, I would like to invite to the floor to the introductory speaker, Mr. Carlos Álvarez Pereira, Vice President of the Club of Rome. Mr. Álvarez is a senior professional combining more than 30 years of experience in research and innovation, entrepreneurship, and business management with a passion for complexity thinking and transdisciplinary. He's keen on exploring the cultural transformation required to cross the threshold towards equitable human well-being within a healthy biosphere. So, Don Carlos, the floor is yours. I don't know if you want us to present your slides. We have them ready, or you want to do it by yourself.
Gracias, Raúl. I can share from my side, no problem at all. Let's try that. Here they are. Do you see them?
Yes, perfectly well.
Okay, so first of all, thank you to the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning for the invitation to be with you in this session on climate change. I will give you the perspective by the Club of Rome, which, as usual with the Club of Rome, will be full of, in a way, of provocations. And it's not only about climate change, you know, our perspective is global, systemic, and long-term. So we see climate change as, of course, very important and critical issue, but also as a sign of something more systemic and deeper. In a way, it's a symptom of a deeper sickness of human civilizations. And to get out of there, in our view, learning is absolutely critical. And this is why I say, well, it's more than time to learn what we already know, as I put in this title, you know, learning in the sense of changing. You know, we cannot say we have learned until the knowledge we have acquired makes us change our behaviors, our ways, our patterns, individually, but especially collectively. This year is also not only your 70th anniversary, it's the 50th anniversary of the publication of the book, which is the element that typically, if people know about the Club of Rome, they will know because of this book published 50 years ago, which was asking a question, an untypical question at the time, the question of if prosperity could lead to collapse. I usually say that when the Club of Rome, when we are good at what we do, we ask better questions. And that question was not being asked, and it was the moment to ask it and to realize that possibly, yes, prosperity, the way it was conceived at the time and the way it's still conceived today, could lead to collapse in the future. But now we are in that future, and in a way, our perception is that we could have learned from what we were saying in that book, but also from what others were saying at the time. You know, we could have prevented, for instance, the situation we have in terms of climate change, in terms of pollution in general, because we were aware of a number of things, but collectively, as a human society, we decided not to learn from what we were aware of. So it was the book was a big success in terms of millions of copies sold and the controversies it created, but it failed to change the course. That was very early identified by the Club of Rome as a matter of learning. And not so many people know about this report, which in my view is at least as important as the first, as the limits to growth, no limits to learning. And of course, it connects directly with your institution and with the initiatives you are taking. And I'm very happy to be here, you know, making even more evident these connections. No Limits to Learning was about bridging the human gap being the difference between our capacity to act and our capacity to understand the consequences of our actions and to deal with that. And Aurelio Peccei, the founder of the Club of Rome, even invoked the necessity of a human revolution, a revolution in terms of mindsets, of mentalities, of changing our understanding of the world. This year, we have published 2 new reports to the Club of Rome, Limits and Beyond, which is very much about where are we now compared to what was described in the Limits to Growth, and Earth for All, which is more an attempt to respond to the question, what kind of policies could be useful to combine, to reconcile human well-being with the health of the biosphere. In Limits and Beyond, we make particularly an emphasis on co-editor of this book, and I wrote the last chapter, titled Learning What We Already Know. So we are particularly making the emphasis on learning as a way to open the space of possibilities. Again, learning in the deep sense of the term, in the sense of changing. And we dedicated the book to two women. Donella Meadows was the leading author of The Limits to Growth. Lynn Margulies was an eminent scientist and system thinker. Both are, if not forgotten today, they don't get the tribute they would deserve. But in general, we dedicate the book to all persons struggling to open the space of possibilities, which in a way I would say all of you present in this conference this book is also dedicated to you, because through learning, this is the way we can open the space of possibilities. In the Club of Rome, this year we started developing a specific program on learning and putting life at the center. So it includes, of course, the consideration of lifelong learning. We call it the fifth element, as a tribute to ancient traditions, saying there are 4 elements in nature, but there is something that some call spirit, prana, life, energy, or whatever. It is life itself. And actually, this program, the idea for this program started 1 year ago, almost 2 years ago, in work developed in partnership also with UNESCO, with the Department of Education for Sustainable Development. And now we have the possibility to develop the activity, which is about convening many people to a learning alliance to make possible that human revolution of mindsets that Aurelio Peccei was invoking time ago. In the context of the work we did with UNESCO, the UNESCO Department on Education for Sustainable Development, we included, the perspective of what competences, and of course, UNESCO has done a lot of great work on this question. What competences do we need to learn? What we already know, we know in a formal manner, in a conscious way, split it into different disciplines which don't speak to each other, and split in between processes which are, far from the ground, but how do we combine that with what's happening in communities in the ground? And we proposed these elements for a new competence framework, which we are using now in the development of this activity. And I'm very happy to use this context of this conference and this intervention actually as the starting point of a collaboration with the institute, the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning. All of you are more than welcome to be part of this program of activities. And I look forward to the opportunity to discuss with you, with the UIL, concrete possibilities to develop further together these ideas, and especially this idea of no limits to learning, which of course has embedded into it the perspective of lifelong learning, because as a colleague of mine says, Nora Bateson, she says that there is no difference between living and learning. Let's make it real. Thank you so much for your attention, and happy to answer any questions you could have. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your excellent explanation of the life for learning, learning for life, and these elements that you are building together with in partnership with UNESCO. And I was just following the chart that you put at the end about the meta competences, thinking about the futures and learning about learning and dance with the system. So how this intersectorality needs to be so relevant in nowadays. Thank you very much, Mr. Alvarez. We will continue with the next presenter, and we'll come with questions at the end of the session if fine with you, because I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. There are already some for you. So I will move then and will give the floor to my colleague, Mrs. Edith Hammer. She's a program specialist at UIL, and she will present the work of UIL on climate change, and not just what UIL has been doing, but she will share a little bit the visionary presentation of UIL's work on the topic. So, Edith, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, good morning, good afternoon to everyone who's joining us today. Thank you also, Mr. Alvarez Pereira, for your insightful introduction to the topic. I will now continue to present UIL's ongoing and future work on climate change, which is increasingly becoming a priority of the Institute's work. Well, as we can see, people and the planet are under pressure. Rising temperatures and sea levels, climate-related poverty, unsustainable patterns of consumption and production. These are just a few of the many challenges that the global community is facing today. And addressing these challenges requires fundamental transformation, including a radical reduction of global emissions. But we can see movement. Based on the Paris Agreement and the Glasgow Climate Pact, many countries have started to develop strategies to lower their greenhouse gas emissions. And importantly, learning needs a place in this process. As stated in the Confintea 7 Marrakesh Framework for Action, adult learning and education will be key to achieve this green transformation. Within this process, we need to ensure that climate action is inclusive and that it benefits those who are already affected by climate change in their everyday lives, which are often the most vulnerable groups. So, new skills are needed to develop these sustainable solutions on how we grow food, how we use land, produce and transport goods, how we power our economies. In order to achieve more sustainable economies and communities, education systems have to adapt to these new skills requirements. And targeted skills development is also key to ensure that individuals can benefit from the new opportunities, job opportunities that are arising from green economies. Here, and I'm drawing on previous statements made already today, it will be crucial to ensure that we can reach those non-engaged and non-motivated learners, and to ensure that we can be truly inclusive and holistic in terms of lifelong learning. And this will be quite crucial to make a difference at a larger scale. The climate crisis calls for a deep transformation, not only in terms of labor market skills, but also in terms of people's awareness and changing lifestyles. Learning opportunities for climate action must be provided at all levels of education. They must be provided to all age groups, in formal and non-formal environments, also including informal learning, as we have also heard today. So we need this holistic lifelong learning perspective. I would now go on to look at some strategic directions for UIL to contribute to the green transformation. First, we aim to ensure that opportunities for reskilling and upskilling for green jobs are available throughout people's lives. This will also help to compensate for the jobs that will potentially be lost in previously carbon-based economies. Also, UIL aims to support the development of national and local lifelong learning policies and strategies that consider climate change-related issues. UIL will raise awareness of the impact of climate change, enabling youth and adults to develop resilience and agency for transformation. In line with the Marrakesh framework, we will promote intergenerational approaches, empowering adults and older citizens to become role models for youth and children. And last, UIL will promote community learning and citizenship education, both of which have a long tradition at UIL, to support sustainable development and climate-friendly lifestyles in cities, but also rural areas. For UIL, climate change education will constitute a priority area of its work with member states and local governments in the next years. So looking at the national level, well, in fact, the fact that there is now an increasing commitment from countries to develop and update their so-called long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategies provides a special momentum to promote lifelong learning for climate change. Lifelong learning will be key to provide the skills needed for the green economies and societies. And for this, it is important that national strategies for lowering carbon emissions fully integrate lifelong learning as a lever to achieve this transition. Based on its new work program on climate change, UIL will support member states to integrate lifelong learning into their strategic plans for lowering greenhouse gas emissions. This work will be based on a strong research component. It will involve an analysis of how lifelong learning is currently considered in these strategies. UIL will develop case studies on countries from different regions, countries that have already made advancements in creating holistic plans for climate action. The outcomes of this research will lead to a set of recommendations supporting countries to enhance green skills development and climate education. In addition, UIL will increasingly integrate climate change-related aspects and green skills development into its capacity building. The UIL Handbook for Lifelong Learning, which was published earlier this year, provides guidance in the development and implementation of lifelong learning policies, and it serves as a strong basis for our capacity building efforts. The development of respective learning materials for climate-related issues will importantly consider intergenerational approaches, but also online and hybrid learning formats, community-based approaches, and so forth. At the local level, we also need action. Today, cities account for 75% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. Due to the rapid pace of urbanization, cities will continue to have a major impact on the global environment. Targeted policy interventions at local level are therefore urgently needed. Cities provide a highly favorable environment to tackle climate change. Local governments do not only shape the immediate urban spaces, but they can have an impact on their wider regions. They can really make a contribution to global change. The concept of learning cities has proven as a successful approach to promote lifelong learning and sustainable development. Established 10 years ago, the UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities has made important contributions to drive climate action at local level. Today, the network counts almost 300 cities from 76 countries, and we will learn a bit more about the UNESCO GNLC later this afternoon. Building on UIL's work of the GNLC cluster on education for sustainable development, UIL will further support cities to integrate climate change learning and green skills development into their learning city strategies. Climate change is increasingly becoming a key thematic area of the GNLC, and it will also be highlighted as a topic at the next International Conference on Learning Cities in 2024. To advance knowledge in this field, UIL will also conduct research on cities' approaches to develop green economies and societies. The research will include case studies of selected cities which show a strong commitment towards lowering their greenhouse gas emissions. The results will inform the future work of the GNLC and inspire and guide cities to follow a learning cities approach for sustainable development. But we won't go alone in this process. When developing and implementing these strategic projects, UIL will rely on a strong network of partners, including international organizations, national agencies, local governments, but also higher education institutions and our network of international researchers that we work with. Universities are key stakeholders for sustainable development, and UIL will continue its research on higher education, focusing on its role for reskilling and upskilling for the green economy. In addition to those existing partnerships, UIL is highly interested in establishing collaborations with new partners to advance this important work, including the UN Climate Change, the OECD, but also, of course, the Club of Rome, among many others. So with this, I would like to close and thank you for your attention. Very much looking to the further contributions today. Thank you.
Many thanks, Edith, for the clear and visionary presentation of UIL's work on climate change. The climate crisis calls really for a deep transformation, not only in terms of labor market skills, but also in relation to people awareness, behavior, and day-to-day decision-making in favor of sustainable development. And we heard from your presentation that adult learning and education has a role to play in active and global citizenship for the climate, enabling people to become actors in this process of sustainable development. Well, thank you very much, Edith. And I would like to continue with the respondents and would like to invite our first respondent, Mr. Ralph Behrens. He's the head of the Department of the Environmental Education in the Hamburg Ministry of Environmental and Energy. And he's the UNESCO Learning City focal point for Hamburg for the Global Network of Learning Cities. Well, dear Ralph, could you please comment what are the climate change education strategies in the UNESCO Learning City of Hamburg? How do you foresee the UIL activities in the work area, mainly considering what Mr. Alvarez was talking about, learning what we already know? So I would like to give you the floor, Ralph.
Yeah, thank you. I hope. Can you see the presentation?
We can see it, yes.
On the.
You can.
Now
it's not yet.
Yeah, you can't see it, so that's better. So I love the idea of there's no limit of learning, and we are a partner city of the Global Network of Learning Cities since 2019, and we include our overall environmental, or let's say education for sustainable development strategy into the network. This is we are talking about climate change, and in Hamburg we have, of course, a climate change adaptation strategy, but it's very much focused on technical solutions: flood control, traffic infrastructure, nature protection, urban planning. I go through it very quickly: health, social things, disaster control, civil protection, research development. And then nobody was thinking about education. And we had a lot of discussions with the colleagues, and now a small part of our climate change adaptation strategy includes education. The other strategy on climate change mitigation has the same problem, let's say. They also focus on technical solutions. It's about energy efficiency, CO2 reduction. We always have the problem that we can't measure the results of CO2 reduction of our education activities. So it's about buildings, it's about mobility, it's about economy, private sector, society. And then we had the same discussion with the colleagues. Why don't you implement education into your climate change mitigation strategy? And then just to get an idea, it's a 65-page strategy, and about a quarter of one page includes education. So we had to discuss a lot, we had to fight a lot, and but it doesn't matter. We put all the education activities on the climate change, adaptation and mitigation into our overall ESD strategy. Education for Sustainable Development is the overall strategy for Hamburg. We call it Hamburg Master Plan ESD 2030. And the main goal is to implement ESD into all sectors of education, from early childhood, school education, non-formal, higher education, and adult or senior education. That's the idea of our master plan ESD, and we don't focus especially on climate change, but we put all activities of climate change into our ESD strategy. And part of our ESD strategy is our Hamburg Climate Foundation, the building and the work on climate change education with children, with adults. And we have a climate fund. So a private association organization can apply for money to run their small climate education projects. We have climate schools. About 100 of our 450 public schools in Hamburg are climate schools with a special climate strategy. And of course, we run a lot of different climate actions in Hamburg, from early childhood in kindergartens to higher education, vocational training, and non-formal education. That's, I think, like every city or every place does. So this is our strategy in Hamburg. It's more about education for sustainable development, including climate change, not especially focusing on climate change. Well, I'm going to try to stop it. I promise you, Raul, I do it in 4 minutes 30. And I did.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing this very practical approach to the Hamburg ESD Master Plan 2030, which I need to say that it has been shared with other cities of the network and had been a very important role model to follow. So thank you for that, and thank you for also sharing these elements of mitigation and adaptation, but also not focusing on specific topics involving education. The intersectoriality of the master plan, I think, is quite interesting. Thank you, Ralph, really for your sharing this knowledge and the work that Hamburg is doing on this particular topic. I would like then to move to our second respondent, and it's Ms. Joy Voiset. Ms. Joy is coordinator of the UCAN Ad hoc Steering Group, Africa Upcycle Community. She's an environmentalist working to improve responses to climate change issues through an intersection and technology and community development projects with children, young people, and educators, equipping them with upcycling waste towards skills and climate education. So, Ms. Joy, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rao. Thank you very much to the organizers. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And yes, thank you very much, Mr. Ralph. Okay, so basically, we want to talk about the importance of lifelong learning for climate action from the youth perspective. Young people generally make up of about 16% of the world's population, which is about 1.3 billion. And I believe through learning for climate action, they recognize the ability to lead and to lead others, which is what we do at Africa Upcycle Community, where I currently serve as the founder. We expose children to upcycling skills, children who do not have access to climate change education in those climate risk communities to climate change issues, making them understand the importance of changing actions. And just recently, one of the children, which we have trained and educated on climate change learning for climate action, organized her own event at age 8. She's just 8 years old, and she organized an event embodying about 15 children to teach them about climate change and climate action. So this is one of the importances of learning for climate action. Climate action is really not about the climate. It's about the minds of people. Their actions impacts the climate. If people do not think it is necessary, they will keep harming the planet. Their actions, their words, their speeches, their day-to-day activities, they will keep harming the planet. So they have to know that, yes, it is necessary that I change my actions towards the planet and towards the climate, and learning has a great impact on spurring action to the climate. Now, the refusal to share power with young people in adult-led administrations and the belief that young people are not capable at young ages is a major challenge, and it has to be debunked through immediate climate action learning. As at today, I know in about 20 countries in Africa, there is no climate action learning. There's no climate change education as we speak. And the last conference I was invited to in the Education for Sustainable Development as a speaker as well, it's all these challenges that were highlighted, and we're talking about importance of climate action. Climate change is happening currently, it is killing people. And, you know, just think about what impact it will make when young people are being involved in learning for the climate at really, really young ages. You know, in these climate risk communities and in different countries around the world. Now, another thing again is that young people in different parts of the world have been identified as a vital tool to tackling climate change and inherent societal challenges, but they are absent in the climate change policy making. And I believe that the learning for climate action, from my perspective, would spur this, you know, they would begin to demand for young people being included in climate policy inclusion. They would begin to demand for the right things to be done in terms of carbon emissions reductions, in terms of, you know, securing their future, in terms of, you know, changing policies and, you know, cutting down on carbon emissions in their country, because it is not really about the current generation, but about the next generation, because they are the ones that are most much impacted by these challenges. And another thing again is that young people, in line with lifelong learning, I believe the objective would be to provide young people with the appropriate learning skills to better understand the challenges of climate change and understand the importance of assuring the sustainable development. And, you know, to help young people, when young people understand what climate change is and why they should take climate action, it will help them to better respond to critical climate and societal challenges, which is exactly what we do as well in the UNESCO Youth Climate Action Network. And thankfully, these conversations have begun to happen. Another important aspect of learning for climate action from the youth perspective is climate change education definitely brings about a change of youth perspectives in how we think, how we act, how we discharge our responsibilities towards the planet. You know, rather than people asking how to solve climate change challenges, they're asking how to harness this opportunity to stay relevant with their goals, with their aspirations, you know, with less carbon footprints. For instance, a young person who has a business, who's running a business, or maybe a fabric in the textile industry, and they want to think about, okay, how do I cut down my production, my carbon emissions in the production processes? How do I cut down my use of water? How do I cut down my use of electricity? You know, because they understand the impact of these. Now, for instance, myself, as a young person, I know, because I'm a climate advocate, that I need to cut down on my carbon emissions every single day. Now, I would never know that if I wasn't informed or educated on climate change. And, you know, young people, like I said, they make up of about 25% of the world's population at the moment. So you can imagine how much impact it would make on learning for climate action, you know, on the longer term. So this is exactly what we look at our organization in the Africa Upcycle community, and begin to teach these children from the grassroots level for them to understand the importance of becoming environmental enthusiasts and the importance of taking action now to be able to prevent these challenges in the future. Also, young people are the future. You know, they're societal actors, and just by not doing anything, just by doing anything, or just by not doing anything, their actions and inactions at the same time impact the society at large. So it is very important that irrespective of age, regional policies, gender, they should be able to have access to these important conversations and learnings around the world, because that way we can take action for the climate really faster, and you know, they will understand and have access to the learning skills of climate change, and push for it on the global level, and in the community level to be.
Ms. Joy, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We need to stop it because we would like to get some questions.
Okay.
So I very much appreciate your intervention. I think it really brought us to the intersection of really technology, community, the youth, for the impact what you were mentioning in the mind of people, and to provide also the right skills for what we are facing. I would like very fast to take some questions from the chat, and I would like to openly ask the panelists. There's a question from Mamadou Konate, and asking mainly how the programs of literacy for environmental can be supported financially. I think this is an important topic, because of course we are always facing challenges in terms of how to make them accessible to all, and to really being supported with the proper resources. So I don't know if some of the respondents or Mr. Carlos, as an introductory keynote, would like to respond to this particular question.
Sorry, I'm not a specialist on that, so maybe somebody from your institute might be in a better position, more knowledgeable about the sources of funding, right?
Maybe I can just make a comment on that question then. I think this question underlines the need to bring lifelong learning into those strategies for lowering carbon emissions that countries are now developing. If we have it integrated into the policies, then it makes it easier as a lever to also raise budgets for it, to have dedicated financial sources to promote learning for the environment, for environmental protection, for climate action. So I think this is a quite important step to formalize learning for the environment by integrating it into policies and strategies at national, but also at local level. And this will certainly make it easier to raise funds for lifelong learning for sustainable development.
Thank you very much, Edith. I think this really goes into the point of the question. I would like to ask you another one, and it's obviously open to all of you. And we heard that not just right now, but in the previous also panel, lifelong learning has a critical role to play in supporting climate action and to create the conditions in which meaningful, positive change can occur. So in a very practical way, how can lifelong learning improve climate action? Yes, please, Mr. Alvarez.
Yeah, I want to profit from the occasion also to weave with the two questions asked by Raquel de Oliveira. And to say that when we talk about lifelong learning, when we talk about learning, I think we have to make a shift from the usual or conventional approach that learning is a consequence of teaching processes, you know, because the challenge we are facing, it's a civilizational challenge. It's not just a technical issue that, oh, now we realize that the sources of energy we have been using have created a huge problem called climate change. It is, of course, that, but that's just a symptom of a deeper civilizational challenge. And to address that, we don't have the responses yet. And so this cannot be taught, you know, as, oh, don't worry, these are the recipes. I loved what Ralph Behrens said about the usual approach is technical, you know, and we forget about education. And sorry, the technical solutions are only part of the response, but they are not even the most important part, because the most important part is changing our mindset. And how do we change that? And it's a completely different approach. It's not the development of the technical solution to change the mindset, you know, it's about cultural change, and it has to be addressed in a different way. And I see an issue in how many of these questions are framed as if people were the problem. You know, many times, explicitly or not, we are thinking that people are the problem because they don't understand, because they are not educated well enough, because they vote for Trump, because whatever, or because there are too many, you know. And we have to get out of that framing and beware of falling into that framing to say, no, people are the solution. People are the response. So the learning, in my view, only will happen when we will truly bet on the humanity and capacities of everybody, and make people really the actors of the transformation, not the recipients of some knowledge that a few persons have, because this is not the case. This is not the case. So it's fundamentally a shift to learning, not as a consequence of teaching, but as a consequence of mobilizing the capacity of everybody to learn. And that requires different ways of engaging to learning processes, which, by the way, are very consistent with this idea of lifelong learning, in my view.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alvarez. I think this co-creation of the process is very very important to think that together we can make it, but just together, you know. We are on time. I just would like to give 30 seconds to each of you if you want to make a closing. I will start with Ralph.
Yeah, thank you. One point we haven't mentioned yet is in Germany we call it's kind of climate change depression. So especially the young people, they are afraid of the climate change, and we call it kind of, they're depressed because of the challenges of climate change. They're afraid of their future, and we run 2 courses already with young people just to tackle this fear they have about their future. This is a problem we didn't discuss yet, but I think this is a point, and this is a problem, especially here in Germany or in Hamburg.
Thank you very much for the point, for the other provocation. I think it's quite well taken. Ms. Joy.
Thank you very much. My final intervention would be, the climate is changing, people are dying, and really it's not about the climate, it's about the minds of people. And are you changing as the climate is changing? So I want us, every single one of us here, to think about what would happen in the next 100 years, what would happen, how would life be like in the next 50 years for young people and for the next generation. And this should impact your daily activities and your daily actions towards the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks to you. And last, Edith.
Thank you. Yes, very briefly, maybe on the point of raising awareness for climate change. I think that's will be very crucial within all countries. Also, to as Ralph has mentioned, that the first thing a lot of cities and countries talk about with climate change is are technical solutions. So we need to raise awareness that these technical solutions will also be accepted by the population, even though they may be more inconvenient in their daily lives. So I think apart from skills development, raising awareness will be quite crucial to drive the change. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all. I really want to thank to all speakers and participants for this valuable panel. I think it brought very important discussions and a lot of elements to continue our discussion. I wanted to congratulate the panelists and also to invite you to our next panel, number 4, that will be demographic changes, migration and aging, moderated by my colleague Nicolas Jonas. So Nicolas, I pass the baton to you.
Oui, bonjour à tous. Merci beaucoup Raoul et merci.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Session numéro 3 qui était très intéressante. Donc, pour cette session 4 qui va être dédiée aux évolutions démographiques, nous allons suivre exactement la même structure.
So the next session will be dedicated to demographic changes and migration and aging. We will present the work of UIL, and then we will hear the reactions of 2 specialists. My name is Nicolas Jonas. I am a team leader at UIL, and I have the pleasure of moderating this session. As you know, demographic changes represent an upheaval of the structure of the planet's population, but there are plenty of challenges at local, national and international level. So these demographic changes have an impact on lifelong learning because they represent a challenge and question the capacity of education systems to really take all this on board and to be flexible. But it has an impact on lifelong learning because it shows the relevance of lifelong learning in order to face this new demographic deal. So in order to respond to all these questions around the demographic future and its impact on lifelong learning, I have the honor to welcome among us Professor Ian Golding from the University of Oxford, who is a specialist when it comes to these questions and models around that and prospective analyses, who is going to introduce this 4th session. Mr. Goldwyn, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Nicholas, and thank you very much to UNESCO Institute for Learning to invite me to participate in this 70th anniversary. It's a huge honor and privilege. The topic of demographic change, migration and aging and its relationship to lifelong learning could not be more important. It is a topic which will become bigger and bigger in significance. We are entering a period of unprecedented demographic change. And what is surprising to me and to many demographers is the pace of this demographic transformation. It's not only, as was at first imagined, a rich country issue, it's totally global. Well over half the countries in the world now have fertility rates which are below replacement level of around 2.1 children per adult woman, and many way below. I know we have colleagues from South Korea which is the lowest in the world. But Thailand, for example, has a lower fertility rate than Sweden. And many countries are seeing a dramatic transformation within one generation. This is for good reasons. This is about women's rights to choose, the improvement in availability of contraception, improvement in awareness of the responsibilities of parenthood, and of course, it's about women's entry into the labor market as well as people's choices regarding their gender identity and what they want to do in life. So this reflects choice, but it also reflects deeply economic circumstances. The cost of living is going up dramatically, and that's accelerated. And of course, with the cost of living going up, the cost of a room for a child, the cost of education, of health, and everything else for children is going up very rapidly. And the benefits are not in terms of financial returns. When one's in a rural area, lots of children can look after you in your old age. They can look after you or help you look after the farm. But in urban living, particularly where people are dispersed in different cities and so on, the benefits have gone down in terms of the economics. So we are seeing this dramatic decline, and it's not going to be reversed. There are some stalling in life expectancy. The pandemic was one reason for that. Declining living standards, inequality, and crises have led to the stalling. And in the US, for example, life expectancy is now below what it was 5 years ago. This is true in some places. And what has become more and more apparent is the wide diversity. In my city, Oxford, which is a small city of only 200,000 people, there's a 15-year difference in life expectancy between different neighborhoods. And this diversity reflects inequality in every respect, in access to health, in education, and of course, in public health and lifestyles. So we should expect rapid aging, but we should expect rapid dispersion as well around the mean as this goes forward. I'm convinced that by the second half of the century, we will see a peak world population and a very rapid decline in aging. Median ages are likely to double over a 50-year period. We go from a median age in Africa of around 20 to 22 in some countries to median age of well over 40, rising to well over 50 in some of the most advanced and most rapidly aging countries. China has 4 million less workers this year than last year. And of course, it's not because of the one-child policy. Hong Kong, Taiwan have much lower fertility rates than mainland China, but no policy. So definitely rapid aging. Until that means we're going to be seeing very rapid rises in dependency ratios, in the tax burden, the unaffordability. I believe we will see an end of retirement as we know it over the coming 10, 20 years. It's already illegal in many countries, age-based retirement rules. I think this will become a much more global norm. It's simply unaffordable for young people to sustain old people in the workplace. And as working populations contract and productivity stagnates, as a greater share of our economies is care and education, we will see the pressure economically on people to carry on working. This has a hard barrier currently into the 80s because of neurodegeneration. When we get to the second half of the century, I believe Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and dementia will be cured. But for the time being, this is a hard barrier and a very high dependency. But what this means is that people need to be economically active and engaged well into their 60s and 70s and 80s. This doesn't mean necessarily work. It means stimulated. It means physically active. It means able to use new technologies. We move to a world of digital currencies. We move to a world of e-government. we move to a world where if you don't have the new abilities to understand, you are discriminated against. You are left out of society. You cannot be an active player in society unless you have constant learning. The idea that education that we learned 60 or 70 years ago is going to be fit for purpose is obviously a complete fantasy. And so lifelong learning becomes not simply an interesting thing to have, it becomes a must-have, a human right for people. You cannot be a fully functioning citizen unless you have a constant learning. You cannot engage what Amartya Sen calls be empowered. You cannot affect your environment and be an active contributor to your environment unless you have lifelong learning. How this takes place and whether we are able to meet the enormous challenge is absolutely key. Already we see large parts of our society disenfranchised in various ways by not being able to participate. We see this in multiple dimensions, not only technological, but also an understanding of people and of new norms and standards. My view is that we're living in a new renaissance of rapidly changing perspectives on many things, including, for example, gender. This requires a very different way of thinking about the world as it was in the Renaissance, different perspectives. And this too requires new ways of learning. The new learning creates extraordinary opportunities. I'm the chair of a charity called econ.org, which is devoted to new learning of economics, which has taken off, but it's on multiple dimensions. And of course, it needs to not just be a MOOC or a private thing, because what we understand from all the literature is that learning collectively is more effective, and that social networks, friendships, and informal tacit knowledge is as important as formal knowledge. Zoom is a very poor way to learn. It's very hierarchical. One person speaks at a time. There's no tacit signals of significance. And of course, the timing is set. So how we move beyond this is going to be a key question, and neighborhoods, communities, community centers, and clubs are vital in this respect, all of which have been very severely adversely affected during the pandemic around the world. The final topic I've been asked to address is regarding migration. The economics of migration stand in very strong contrast to the politics and ideologies around them. We are all migrants wherever we are in the world, if we look back far enough. And of course, migration is going to become more and more significant. There is no way that the rapidly aging societies are going to be able to meet their needs of the future without greater numbers of migrants in their societies. No amount of technological change is going to care for an elderly person. No amount of technological change, at least in my lifetime, no amount of technological change is going to care for a young person or be able to cook a good meal in a kitchen. So we need to accept that the rapid aging of societies will bring an increased need for migrants. If we don't increase a migration, we will have very rapidly rising costs and very rapid deterioration in services and capacity. This stands in very sharp contrast to the politics. There's an enormous need of people to migrate. There's 100 million young people coming onto the labor market in Africa over the next 10 years alone. The ability for these people to find meaningful livelihoods in Africa is extremely constrained. You would think that if logic prevailed, there would be a match between excess supply of labor in one place and excess demand in another. That's how economists might think about the world. It's not how politicians think about the world. And this disconnect is one that is going to be a source of growing tensions, I believe. This is before one takes into account the refugee question. Refugees are people that have a legitimate concern regarding their lives and either because they're in danger or they've been forced from where they are by climatic war or other events. How this transforms is going to be important. I think the German experiment is that they have benefited enormously from the absorption into society of over 1 million migrants. And of course, the European Union more broadly, particularly within the Schengen area, is an incredible experiment of how migration works across national borders. But of course, the outer frontiers of the European Union are higher and higher walls. We'll see this in the US, we'll see it in all places. And of course, it's a conversation that's going to have to be embarked upon much more deeply in the countries with the most rapid aging, notably Japan, Korea, and others, where this is still in its infancy in terms of mobility. Migrants don't only bring labor, of course, they bring skills and knowledge. All the greatest innovations environments are ones which are very, very migrant infused. This was true in the Renaissance in Florence. It's true today in Silicon Valley. It's true in all the great cities of the world. And there's also a very interesting correlation between the share of migrants and happiness. We see that societies which are consistently voted, the cities which are consistently voted as the best places to be, are the ones with the highest shares of migration, like Toronto, Vancouver, San Francisco, London, Paris, etc., within their societies. So this will be, I believe, a big struggle of the coming. And of course, for migrants, there's a key learning question, which is how migrants learn language, skills, norms, and others, which is also about lifelong learning. Many migrants are not of school or university age. They do not attend that in their host countries. And so how one uses lifelong learning to make the migrants more effective, more happy, and more able to adopt the norms and customs, but also retain their old and retain contacts with the countries they come from, will become absolutely crucial. Chair, I've said a lot. I hope I've stimulated the conversation and look forward to it.
Merci infiniment, professeur Goldin, pour votre brillant exposé qui présente de façon très convaincante à quel point les défis futurs sont très étroitement liés aux questions démographiques que nous connaissons actuellement et à quel point également l'apprentissage tout au long de la vie peut être un angle clé en fait pour adresser plusieurs de ces défis posés par les questions démographiques. Alors évidemment, ces défis démographiques sont une réalité que les travaux de l'UIL doivent prendre en compte et prennent en compte. Et j'ai le plaisir maintenant de donner la parole à ma collègue Angela Owusu-Boapong qui va vous présenter les travaux de l'UIL en lien avec ces questions démographiques. Angela, la parole est à toi. Yes.
Perfect. So thank you very much to all these introduction, which perfectly provides a basis for my short presentation about UIL's ongoing work and UIL's future work in the area of demographic change, migration, and aging. My name is Angela Owusu-Boapong. I'm program specialist at UIL, and I will focus in my presentation mainly on what UIL does to assist member states to better respond to the demographic changes that have just been outlined by Professor Goldin and my colleague Nicola. And mainly the phenomena of demographic change and mobility, including migration, is affecting population size and structure in almost every part of the world. However, to a varying degree, as was just outlined. For us, this means immediate action, forward-looking strategies, and above all, concerted global efforts across and among countries and regions, as it was outlined in the Marrakesh Framework for Action. So what does demographic change mean with regard to lifelong learning? It means that, as mentioned already, the lifespan of people is increasing. It is rapidly, a rapid aging society on the one hand. But what I would also like to point out is the fact that we also have to recognize and understand that there is an opposite development in some other regions of the world, meaning, for instance, in sub-Saharan Africa, where we have 25% of the school-age population being located in that region by 2030, as it was mentioned in the UNESCO Operational Strategy for Africa 2022 until 2029. So we have a rapid aging population on the one hand, on the one side, but we also have a growing population of young people who are pushing to the labor market that we also have to understand and recognize. We speak about mobility, including migrants, refugees, internally displaced people. I have to say that at the end of 2020, the UNHCR reported 82.4 million forcibly displaced persons, of whom 26.4 million were refugees. Climate change and environmental degradation will further increase this number, especially in coastal areas. So what does this mean when we speak about mobile populations, aging societies, a growing number of young people? It means that the discontinuation of life course is a problematic aspect. The disrupted transition is also a problematic aspect that has to be captured by the education system. It means that migration increases also the burden on education systems. And overall, we have to understand that educational offers, learning opportunities, must be flexible, they must be needs-based, and must be reprioritizing to address the effects of aging societies, increasingly mobile populations, which ask to respond to the diversity of cultural identities in countries that require aspects and support to social integration. With regard to the current situation, GRAIL 5, the Global Report on Adult Learning Education, which was launched at the 7th International Conference on Adult Education in Marrakesh in June this year, which covers data from 159 member states from 2018 and 2019, shows that there is a decrease in participation in adult learning education from older adults, an increase for youth, and no change in participation for migrants. I think it is important to highlight that the previous edition of GRAIL, GRAIL 4, mentioned that 37% of the countries reporting did not know the participation rates of ethnic minorities, migrants, and migrants. And 28% in GRAIL 4 mentioned that they did not know whether migrants and refugees, internally displaced people, were a priority for government financing of ALE. So with a view to what are the UIL achievements in the area of aging societies, with a view to UIL's work, it has to be mentioned that there is a major focus on research. This major focus on research is characterized by a comprehensive project that covers several components, which includes a literature review. It includes an international survey of universities, and also case studies to capture the trends and innovative practices with regard to aging societies. And all that forms a basis to inform UIL's capacity development in order to support member states to more effectively and better address the needs of aging societies in policy and practice. In future, UIL expects to work in the area of aging societies by addressing particularly the three main key aspects that have already been outlined just before, it will be that we consider a longer lifespan of aging populations, and we also have to consider the aspect that there will not be the idea of retirement, but a continuous work of older population. This means that we will focus on ICTs, we will focus on labor markets integration with skills, upskilling and reskilling. And also what is a key aspect within UIL's work is to focus on intergenerational learning that comprises learning of the whole family. And yesterday we heard about the Grandmothers Project, which had a very interesting impact. As just mentioned, we talk about older populations, aging societies, rapid aging on the one hand, but we also talk about in other regions the aspect of a growing young population. And this young population will be also part of UIL's focus. It has been part of UIL's focus so far. The achievements mainly focus on strengthening non-formal education policy and practice in countries, in particular for young women. It will always be a core of UIL's work to promote quality learning provision, which is flexible, and as I mentioned, needs-based and relevant to the needs of the youth in order to facilitate and promote their individual learning pathways. Learner-centeredness is key. The learner is key. Assisting countries to bring to bridge formal and non-formal education will also be one of the key aspects within, is also one of the key aspects of UIL's work. Within RAMA, we assist member states to increase the capacity for measuring the outcomes of literacy programs. And we also, in the provision, provide tools that include intergenerational learning for educators, parents, and researchers. The future directions within youth will comprise further work on RVA, recognizing the prior learning achievements of young people. RAMA will include a RAMA Ed that covers also the age range 9 to 14. And within the provision of UIL's Learning Hub, we will definitely increase on including more other stakeholders, providing access to other stakeholders interested in accessing the Learning Hub. We will diversify the thematic offer, and we will also make sure that the Learning Hub will be available in different languages so far. When it comes to the aspect of our work, we will definitely also have to focus on the key aspects on RVA, ICTs, and OER. And that means that OER is understood as providing a commons-based approach, providing open access to knowledge and learning resources as a key to ensuring inclusion and equity in access and participation. We will definitely in our work also work on enabling an exchange not only at national level, but also recognizing the needs at local level. We will work together with UNHCR in capacity development for policymakers and internally displaced people, and we will also identify further learning components for our Learning Hub. One of our major focus will be on post-conflict affected countries. And this means that in post-conflict affected countries, we will make further research, and we will also provide capacity development, particularly in the aspects of numeracy and literacy in connection with technology. And all that work and efforts should respond to the current and future challenges of our times. And we will continue to mobilize and to promote the work in this area so that the notion of education as a global common good can be upheld, as it was outlined in the Marrakesh Framework for Action, which we are now collaboratively with regions and countries implementing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Angela. Thanks a lot for your summary and overview of some of the key activities undertaken at UIL regarding this topic of demographic evolution. I would like now to give the floor to Dr. Dae Yong-kan, President of the National Institute for Lifelong Education from the Republic of Korea, to react to this presentation and give some of his own activities and priority. Please, Mr. Kang, the floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. Actually, good evening from South Korea. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this symposium today. First of all, congratulations on UIL's 70th anniversary. The National Institute for Lifelong Education, NIL, was established in 2008. So we only have a 14 years history, but NIL, the UIL has 70 years. So only 1/5 of the history we share with UIL. But I think for the past 14 years, we tried to build a special relations between UIL and NIL, including in 2009, we hosted the 6th Confintia preparatory meeting in Seoul. And in 2017, we hosted a Confintia midterm review meeting in South Korea. Other than that, we have built and cooperate numerous areas of the policy that UIL has interested on. So I hope our partnership will expand further in the coming years. I think one of the essential areas of exchange and collaboration between UIL and NIL is a lifelong learning policies related to the demographic structure change and aging societies. So as Professor Goldin mentioned, Korea is one of the fastest aging countries in the world. And due to the very low fertility rate, demographic structural changes significantly impact our economy and society. From 2020, the total population of Korea started to decrease. Education for adults and the elderly are more important than ever. In Korea, we began the National Survey of Lifelong Learning Participation in 2007. The survey originally conducted on the population aged from 25 to 64. But the scope of the survey has expanded to 79 years old since 2017. It reflects the aging population and aging society in Korea. The overall participation rate dropped significantly due to the COVID pandemic last year. The overall participation exceeded 40% for 3 consecutive years from 2018, but it fell to 30.7% in 2021. So the participation rate for those aged 65 to 79 is 19.2%. But the participation rate for those aged 25 to 34 is 40.6%. There is about double difference. So we have a task to increase the overall participation rate while we have to focus on the older adult specifically. The National Institute for Lifelong Education has implemented several initiatives to increase participation in lifelong learning. Particularly, we try to focus on the expanding college education opportunities for the adult. As a policy called the Lifelong Learning in Universities for Future of Education, we provide financial support worth 25 billion Korean won. That's about $17 million at today's exchange rate to 30 universities. So with this support, we provide college education opportunities to about 4,000 adult and old people. Angela just presented that RVA. In South Korea, we prefer the term RPL as a measure for immigration. NIL is preparing to introduce the RPL policy for adult university students next year. In addition, the RPL policy is being operated to recognize adult secondary education in Korea too. So we would like to look forward to the collaborating with the UIL to expand the RPL in South Korea to increase the lifelong learning participation. Let me just briefly add the refugee issue in South Korea. Last year, we accepted the Afghan refugees into Korea. NILE provides the Korean language materials for children and adolescents and the materials necessary to successfully settle in Korean schools. However, in South Korea, there is still considerable public opinion against accepting refugees. So according to the recent poll by Korea Research, 48% were in favor and 34% were against it. However, in their 20s, 25% were in favor, whereas the 47% against it. So there's a need for the educational effort to improve young people's understanding of the refugees and the refugee acceptance in South Korea. I hope that will contribute to enhancing the young generation's opinion on refugee issues. So we need some help from UILs regarding this matter. Well, congratulations once again on the 70th anniversary of UIL. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for your presentation, and we are very honored at UIL for this strong collaboration between NILE and UIL on those very common questions and common challenges that we are trying to address together. So now to conclude this panel, I'm very pleased to give the floor to Mr. Craig Dean from the Norwegian Council of Refugees to react as well and to present some of its own project. Craig, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, and it's wonderful to be here today. Congratulations to UIL on this great achievement, and to the previous speakers also. I very much like Professor Ian Golding's "We are all migrants" statement. So, and perhaps just to reflect on the importance of lifelong learning for refugees, I'll quote Ayat, a 16-year-old young woman refugee from Syria, who is part of a video produced with UIL and NRC from NRC's Youth Education and Training Program in Jordan, where she lives in one of the refugee camps there. So she says, she advises every girl to get educated, as it makes everything easier for you. And as a girl, I know what I want. You can work hard for 1 year, but get profits for a lifetime. And I think what this captures is obviously that investment in her own life and in the future, and her encouragement for everyone to learn, but also what she can contribute to her family and community, especially as young people take on more responsibility during displacement for the community and their family. So at the Norwegian Refugee Council, our youth education and training program has been working with and for displacement affected young people for 20 years. And in the last 10 years alone, we've supported over 200,000 young people in 23 conflict affected countries. And our learning is actually how the importance of lifelong learning is a foundation to improve the well-being of those young people as they transition into adulthood. Our research into the well-being of displacement affected young people is showing how lifelong learning is supporting people to be active and engaged members of their communities, and how they can transition into education pathways or livelihood opportunities of their choice. And we see how this holistic view of the needs and capacities of youth well-being and displacement really benefits themselves, their communities, and their families as a whole. So to go back to Ayat, she is one of the 750,000 refugees living in Jordan. And we know that 76% of Syrian refugees in Jordan are under 35. So this is both gives us the scale of the challenge, but also represents a huge potential of these young people who have overcome extreme hardship. But we know that they are so determined to contribute to their communities and to participate in decision making. And this is ultimately linking to their learning throughout that process. Our programs in that context have provided structured and certified learning opportunities linked to numeracy and literacy, vocational skills, as well as life skills and digital skills, which I think the professor mentioned just how essential those digital skills are and will be to access any legal status, any service, connecting and telephoning family and living in different parts of the world or transferring money. Those digital skills are really essential. And MSc has collaborated with the private sector, with government, local authorities to provide blended online and offline solutions to this training approach. This includes the provision of digital content, as well as remote learning with some of our partners, such as the Arizona State University, who provide certified English courses, amongst other courses. But then the learning aspect is only the first step. We need them to be able to actually use those skills and contribute to their community. So we then work with them to establish paid internship opportunities, which again, the intergenerational aspect, the mentors from the community are essential parts of these internships, but then also supporting them to generate income, where we operate businesses within the camp with the young people, where other agencies can come and we can produce wooden beds for people with disabilities or repurposing desks for the Ministry of Education schools. And we know from evaluations that this approach has really contributed to the young people's economic, social, emotional, and educational well-being, again, coming back to the holistic approach. But Jordan is quite unique in many sense because it's for the refugee context, it's stable, it's safe, it had a huge amount of resources provided, it was high profile for a long time, if not in the recent year. But it's also very restrictive for young people to work. There's no right to work, and there's not a large youth civil society in those countries. So we also want to bear in mind a little bit how this approach differs in places like the Central African Republic or in South Sudan, where the situation is much more unstable for young people. They do have the right to work, but have limited economic opportunities, and the crises are protracted. And we've seen how useful providing funds to youth civil society to lead youth-led action, support that lifelong learning approach through the delivery of community projects, but also delivering education and learning opportunities for those young people, and the importance of that collaboration with the private sector through market-based approaches and youth-led advocacy and policy work. So this is why I'm really very happy to see this investment from UIL in the area of youth and refugees. There are 100 million people forcibly displaced from their homes at the moment, and around 50% of these are young people. We're seeing 57% are accessing secondary education and 6% tertiary education. This is, again, a massive loss of potential. So we very much welcome the UIL's increased focus in this area. Funding is a massive challenge. Education is only 3% of humanitarian funding, and there's an estimated $39 billion a year needed for children and youth to access education in conflict-affected countries. So again, we very much welcome this. And our solutions with young people are reliant on bringing together multiple stakeholders. So the focus on policy, on capacity building and access to services for these young people in the UIL's plans is very, very relevant, and we hope to be able to collaborate further. One final kind of message from my side through this approach is not to underestimate the value of providing funding directly to young people for their solutions and their organizations. Again, this allows them to develop the skills and learn through the process of managing these funds and mobilizing partners and collaborating on what skills they need and how they're going to access them through digital solutions, all aligned to the focus of UIL. But putting the money in the hands of young people themselves is hugely powerful. We see people like the Syrian Youth Assembly. This is a volunteer network that have mobilized 10 online partners providing certified language courses, entrepreneurship courses, peace building courses, and they've supported over 120,000 Syrian youth and are now expanding their mandate to all displacement affected youth. People like the Global Refugee Youth Network are providing a global youth-led funding mechanism for youth-led action. And we're working with them in the Ukraine for Ukrainian refugees at the moment. And again, their solutions are not just focused on young people, they're focused on the community as a whole, including those older generations. They're having livelihood opportunities, community actions. So this builds trust, recognition, again, all of the goals around access and improved policies by putting young people in the driving seat. So thanks again for this opportunity, and yeah, I very much hope we can continue our collaboration.
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot, Craig, for this very concrete examples that remind us how it can be difficult to make lifelong learning happening in the ground, and what are the steps that we have to take into account for those very difficult challenges. So we are running a bit behind the clock, but nevertheless we will take just 5 minutes before ending the panel, and I will kindly ask Professor Goldin if he would accept to in 2 minutes maybe to make some concluding remarks made on the based on the questions that we received on the Q&A and Q&A box. And so please, Professor, the floor is yours. Your mic is muted. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the comments and the many questions that have been asked. I'm on Twitter, and so if I don't get time to respond to everything here, we can continue through direct messaging on that. The first question is about examples of collective learning. I would say these are the sorts of learning things that have been done in clubs, in adult education classes, in informal networks, but across the board, everything from physical activities to history to engaging, but it's the coffees and teas after them which are as important as are the formal learning processes, and of course the mentoring and relationships that come with that. The Renaissance is a period of intense change, and it's one where you have to accelerate the learning capacity. And of course, one of the big challenges is, are the teachers, are the people engaged, have the right skills? And one of the things that's always struck me is the very mixed ability of people. So how one begins to think about that and bring a lot more young people, a lot more people up-to-date knowledge into it, I think will be crucial. The question on taxonomies, yes, they are, taxonomies hold one in the past in many respects, but I think one needs to engage with them because that's what we hear around and that's what people hear the jargon of, and unless they understand the taxonomies, they cannot begin to reform them and work beyond them. This question on brain drain is a very, very interesting one. My own view is it is a real issue, but the countries that have been most successful at being a source of skilled migrants are often also the most successful at developing their own education systems. Obviously, Philippines stands out on care and teaching, where we see it has a higher level domestically of capacity because it is the biggest exporter in the world as well. And it's circular. It's not simply that people go, they come back, but also they overinvest domestically for that. Remittances are obviously a very important thing. And my own view is that the brain drain should also be compensated. It's an absolute scandal that the amount of human capital that, for example, leaves Africa, if you value it in terms of the cost of education, is probably greater than all aid going into Africa. A country like Malawi or South Africa, many others, training nurses, teachers, and others that taxpayers have paid for, that then leave to the benefit of societies in much wealthier economies. So how we think about this and compensate the governments or the individuals, if that's the case, is a vital part of it. And I think that's all the questions that were posed to me.
Thanks a lot, Professor Goldin, for your concluding replies. So we have to close now the session. Our interpreters need a well-deserved break before we could go further in the conference. I would like to thank again Professor Kang and Craig Dean for your participation, and we very look forward further discussions between our institutions to work closely together on this question of demographic changes and lifelong learning. So we'll be happy to speak to you later. And so for all of the participants, we will now stop this panel 4, and we will come back for the panel 5 at 2 p.m. Hamburg or Paris time, depending where you are. And we will, for people who posted the questions on Q&A, we will do our best to reply by writing, of course. So have a nice break, and thanks again to all of our panelists for their participation.
Dear participants of the symposium dedicated to the 70th anniversary celebration of the Institute for Lifelong Learning of UNESCO, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to panel 5 themed citizenship and the role of lifelong learning in the current context of wars, conflicts, including the devastating war in Ukraine, declining democracies overall in the world and rising autocracies, climate crisis, demographic shifts and migration, and increasing role of digital technologies on our role as citizens, our perceptions and actions, but also the role of the states in using and limiting their potential as well as threats offered by these technologies in the current context, particular role of the social media in overall situation in terms of our actions as citizens. First of all, I would like to acknowledge that this week UNESCO is marking as usual annually the week of global media and information literacy, which, as many of you know, that media and information literacy has become as integral part of our today's education and learning, and lifelong learning in particular, and as a critical competency of citizenship. Secondly, I also want to highlight that the theme citizenship is not new to UIL. It has been always an important part of our institute's work since its inception. It was found, our institute was found in times when the world needed more opportunities for developing international understanding and cooperation, and particular context of Second World War, after Second World War, the need for renewing their engagement between Germany and the international community, with specific emphasis on humanistic education and intercultural understanding, but also act as a mediator during the Cold War period and emphasize on international cooperation. In fact, the first seminar, which was organized by our institute, then called UNESCO Institute for Education, was adult education as a means of developing and strengthening social and political responsibility. UNESCO's recommendation on adult learning and education enlists citizenship education as one of the 3 learning areas. And in that, citizenship education is understood as needing or requiring policies, programs, and financial allocations to continue developing knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes to develop ourselves as active, responsible, and informed citizens. To remind us all that adults and young people are voters whose votes could shape the policies of the governments locally, nationally, but also globally. Historically, citizenship has been linked with the legal status enjoyed by a certain group of populations. It has been a contested notion, and when applied today, it is still contested because we still have situations or contexts when certain group of populations are still excluded. I would like to highlight, especially linking it to the previous panel on demographic shifts, we still have migrants, refugees not counted as citizens and enjoy similar kind of rights and responsibilities of the citizens of nation states. We also know that some of the local communities historically being disadvantaged and excluded and not being recognized as citizens. So in this context, I want to highlight that in the globalized world, citizenship is also being included or extended to include this sense of belonging to a broader community and common humanity, also emphasizing political, economic, social, and cultural interdependency and interconnectedness between the local, the national, and the global. More than ever, we as humanity realize our interconnectedness due to global challenges, including peace and climate crisis, which were highlighted in the previous 2 panels in the morning. And we also would like to invite now, before that, I would like to introduce myself. I'm really sorry, I jumped right away to the theme. My name is Rahat Joldoshalieva, and I am one of the team leaders at the Institute. And it is a pleasure to welcome the speakers of this panel. We will have in total 4 speakers. The first speaker is Ms. Monica Fröhler. She is the Chief Executive Officer of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, and her speech will be was given to us through recorded video. We'll be playing that video message very soon. The presentation on the UILs, some of the UILs activities will be given by my colleague, Ms. Christiana Nikolitsa-Winter. She's the program specialist at UIL. And we have 2 wonderful respondents joining us live today on this panel. Ms. Charmaine Barrett, Vice President of the International Council for Adult Education, ICAI, and representing Caribbean region, and Mr. Riley Lapelen, Chair of the Bridge 47 and from the Republic of Finland. I would like to invite or request all the participants of this panel, please post your questions if you have any during the presentation of the speakers to the question and answer box, and leave the chat box for the information which is being shared by our colleagues for important links to materials or information related to the theme. And I would like to also request or invite the participants of this panel to please share good practices in the area of citizenship education in the chat box, if possible. And with the questions which will be posted on the question and answer, some of them will be responded in writing by my colleagues, but by also speakers. I would like to invite speakers to actively engage in writing on the question and answer section, but some of them will be also taken up in the live question and answer session if the time allows us to do so. So without further ado, I would like to request one of my colleagues to please play the video recorded from Ms. Fröhler, and we'll continue our live presentations after that.
Distinguished fellow speakers, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear global citizens. My name is Monika Fröhler and I am the CEO of the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens in Vienna. It is my great pleasure and honor to address you today on the occasion of the 70th anniversary of the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, and to share some thoughts and reflections with this diligently selected and inspiring panel on the role of citizenship. Citizenship, and particularly global citizenship education, in the framework of lifelong learning is very dear to my heart and forms a cornerstone of our work at the Ban Ki-moon Center. In 2015, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was adopted unanimously by all UN member states in New York under the leadership of SG Ban Ki-moon. It was clear that a common sense of ownership was required to make sustainable, inclusive development a reality and to implement the 17 Sustainable Development Goals within a global partnership framework. It was equally clear that quality education would play a central role in instilling this sense of common ownership. We need to act with passion and compassion towards a common goal and towards one another. In other words, we need to be global citizens. SDG 4 on quality education, target 4.7, highlights the need to foster such global citizenship and education for sustainable development, to empower learners of all ages to be active in implementing the SDGs and to transform education. Indeed, it is of utmost importance that we equip our current and future generations with the knowledge, the skills and values necessary to overcome these challenges that we are facing today. We must all understand that political instability, inequality, climate change, discrimination and injustice, wherever they happen, affects us all, locally and globally. No one is an island. That is why transformative education and a constant re-evaluation of the way we conceive ourselves and our place in the world is of such fundamental importance and demands an ongoing learning. It is a lifelong task. At the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens, we are taking active steps in promoting the role of global citizenship education to tackle global challenges of today and tomorrow. We do that through public and informal diplomacy. We engage with leaders, youth, academia, international organizations and civil society at all levels to promote global citizen values and global citizenship education. Our GCED online courses help with this, and we co-develop them with UNESCO Apseyo and spread the knowledge on global citizenship and gender equality far and wide in a publicly accessible way and completely free of charge. We have received over 30,000 registrations today from all corners of the world. As part of our Global Citizenship Scholarship Program, the Ban Ki-moon Center granted 17 scholarships to young changemakers from Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Morocco, Nigeria and the Philippines this year alone. The program empowers exceptional young people by facilitating their participation in international conferences, as well as tailor-making short-term academic trainings and supporting and mentoring them during the development of their own so-called SDG micro-projects. They tackle one or more SDGs on a local, national and sometimes even international level. To date, a total of 221 such SDG micro-projects have been ideated, proposed and implemented in areas ranging from food access to renewables to energy projects, sustainable to construction, reforestation, education and employment programs. It also sometimes takes digital means, digital storytelling to create change, but creativity is literally endless. Our work notably also includes close cooperation with UNESCO. In September, the Ban Ki-moon Center, alongside with UNESCO and the Republic of Korea and the Republic of Finland, and with the support of Italy and Belize, we staged an official side event at the Transforming Education Summit in New York on global citizenship education. We brought together key decision makers and knowledge experts to discuss and inform global strategy on advancing progress towards GCED. First, it was recognized that states need to increase their ambition regarding the inclusion of the principles of global citizenship education within their national education policies by committing to integrate these principles in formal curricula, as well as to encourage their uptake in informal educational settings and, of course, lifelong learning. Secondly, there is a continued need of taking concrete action in global fora, such as today's event, to bring global citizenship principles to the discussion tables and inspire others to join efforts in realizing the SDGs and particularly 4.7, and to learn from best practice examples. Third, it is crucial to actively engage with experts, practitioners, champions, and youth representatives to better understand state-of-the-art developments in educational needs and learn from whole of institutional approaches. Global citizenship and sustainable development are two sides of the same coin. Fourth, we need to support practitioners by encouraging research and innovation in teaching methodologies and facilitating easy access to teacher training in this field. And lastly, we have to continue the development of concrete teaching materials for global citizenship education. Ladies and gentlemen, the window of opportunity to transform education is now, to ensure that all lifelong learners are empowered and inspired to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals and act as global citizens. Achieving the SDGs is our global plan for a prosperous and peaceful world. It is our calling as global citizens to seek a brighter and more sustainable tomorrow for all. Let us utilize the opportunities and perspectives discussed today to create a brighter world, leaving no one behind. I wish you a fruitful discussion and send you my best regards from Vienna. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Ms. Fröhle for these wonderful words of opening this panel on citizenship. And with us today, the Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens will be also represented by Mr. Philip Harnick, who is available for question and answer section after the presentations. I would like now to go to the next speaker and would like to invite my colleague, Ms. Christiana Nicolza-Winter, who is going to present some of the work at UIL that are happening or will be happening in the future on the theme of citizenship from a lifelong learning perspective. Christiana, it's over to you. And you have 8 minutes to respond to this. Yeah. You.
Thank you, dear Rahat, for your introduction. I'm still waiting that my PowerPoint is shared. I would like, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from Hamburg. I would like to thank Mrs. Fröhle for a very insightful introductory video message. Philip, please convey this to her. The UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning has citizenship education as one of its priorities in its work. I would like to share with you a quick overview of the work of UIL on citizenship education through some recent projects as well as some plans for the near future. Citizenship education is fundamental in promoting a gender-responsive lifelong learning culture that supports learning to live together, caring for the planet, our societies and ourselves, and in fostering democratic values and a commitment to leave no one behind. Global citizenship education, as we all know, is a key enabler of Sustainable Development Goal 4.7 and to the realization of the whole 2030 agenda. What has UIL done on citizenship education. Now, first of all, the 5th Global Report on Adult Learning and Education that was published in June 2022, following its mandate given to Confintea 6 in 2010. UIL regularly produces the reports on adult learning and education, GRAIL, that monitor adult learning and education. So far, 5 issues of GRAIL have been published. The last report, GRAIL 5, focuses on citizenship education in response largely to the findings of GRAIL 4 that active citizenship and community cohesion were largely ignored by policymakers. The GRAIL 5 survey showed that almost 3/4 of responding countries were developing or implementing policies in relation to citizenship education. The report argues that citizenship education must be a key dimension of our response to global challenges such as migration, digitalization, and the climate crisis. GRAIL 5 calls for member states to place adult learning and education at the center of efforts to achieve sustainable societies and recognize its key role in developing integrated and holistic solutions. We are grateful to our partners who are in the panel, Bridge 47 and ICAE, as well as to other partners for their valuable inputs in this report. Well, what is the way forward? How do we proceed now? As most of you know, the 7th International Conference of Adult Learning and Education, Confintea 7, was held last June in Marrakesh. The outcome document of Confintea 7, the Marrakesh Framework for Action, highlights education as a human right, which includes the right to participation as an enabler of empowerment and of active and global citizenship. The Framework for Action gave the mandate to UNESCO to continue monitoring adult learning and education on a global level through GRAIL. In addition to monitoring the MFA, GRAIL will also continue monitoring the 3 fields of learning that my colleague Rahat mentioned before, the 3 fields of learning of the recommendation on adult learning and education: literacy, vocational training, and active citizenship education. UIL will further develop indicators and tools to monitor the provision of citizenship education in adult learning and education. Another project of UIL was the publication addressing global citizenship education in adult learning and education, a summary report that was published in 2019, supported by the UNESCO Asia Pacific Center of Education for International Understanding. The report brings up cases in the 5 UNESCO regions, highlighting the role of literacy and the critical importance of entry and access points of AIL, such as cultural centers, libraries, museums, etc., in strengthening global citizenship education opportunities for adults. It stresses the need to improve the professionalization of adult educators. And as Mrs. Fröhler mentioned, the lack of professionalization of adult educators still hinders progress towards the provision of lifelong learning opportunities in many countries around the world. UIL will continue to contribute to improving the quality of adult learning and education provision by enhancing the national capacity of adult educators. So it will continue its work on Curriculum Globale. This is a cross-cultural core curriculum for training adult educators worldwide. It was published in 2021, and the report was, this publication was jointly conducted by the German Institute for Adult Education and DVV International, the Institute of International Cooperation of the German Adult Education Association, and ICAE, the International Council on Adult Education. It describes the relevant skills needed to work in any educational sector, field and form. and provides guidance on their practical implementation. In the next years,
Christiana, you have 2 minutes, please.
Yes. Curriculum Globale will be contextualized and implemented in various countries with UIL partners. UIL will also conduct global research and country case studies on how teacher professional development can be designed from the lifelong learning perspective to effectively support students as lifelong learners. Another project we are working on is the UNESCO Global Network on Learning Cities and the cluster on citizenship education. This network will be, the information on this network will be presented to you in panel 5. The network, as I said, it is organized in five thematic clusters, including one on citizenship education. In 2020, the GNLC cluster on citizenship education published the report Citizenship Education for Democratic and Sustainable Communities, showing the work of the cluster by bringing up good practices throughout 38 city members of the cluster. We will continue documenting innovations and good practices for citizenship education in local governments and produce tools for including citizenship education as an instrument for community participation and empowerment and promoting gender equality. So this was a very quick overview of the main projects of UIL in citizenship education. I would like to add that UIL is contributing to one of UNESCO's major projects, the revision of the recommendation concerning education for international understanding, cooperation and peace and education relating to human rights and fundamental freedom, the 1974 recommendation. It goes without saying that we hope to continue our partnerships such as ICAE and Bridge 77 and other current partners, and we also expect to widen our network to arrive to some fruitful results. Let me close by underlining that citizenship education is UNESCO's response to challenges such as inequality, including gender inequality and extremism, misinformation, and that threaten peace and sustainability. It is not possible to build a just, sustainable, and peaceful world if all human beings do not have access in lifelong learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for Christiana for being on time, but also highlighting the important activities that are being carried out and will be carried out by UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning. And I'm sure there will be questions related to specific projects, and I would like you to be responding to some of the questions if they are posted on the question and answer box. Without further ado, I'd like to invite two of the respondents to be ready. First respondent to this panel is Ms. Charmaine Barrett, Vice President of International Council for Adult Education, and we requested Ms. Barnett to respond to two questions. The first question, we requested to share ICAE's views on citizenship education, and the second question is for her comments on the UIL's activities which are being done currently but also foreseen in the near future. Ms. Barrett, the floor is yours.
Okay,
you have 5 minutes, and I will be reminding you when you have 1 minute left.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are in the world. First, I'd like to, on behalf of the International Council for Adult Education, to congratulate UIL on its 70th anniversary. And secondly, I'd like to express my appreciation for the invitation to present. I hope my comments will answer the two questions. I'm not going to separate them within 5 minutes, a little challenging to do that.
Sorry, Ms. Burnett, could you please click on the full screen, because we don't see the full screen of your presentation. Yeah.
That's a challenge because I am on full screen where I am.
Okay, you could.
I don't like that at all.
All right.
Are you seeing it better now?
Not in the presentation mode. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Make it larger.
Yeah, could you please enlarge it? If not, my colleagues are ready to share it, your presentation. Will you be okay? You can start and consider it.
As long as they move with me.
Okay.
Thank you.
May I ask my colleagues, please share in full screen? Thank you, and over to you. Sorry.
Okay, so, right, so the next slide then. Okay, next slide, please. Right, so when we look at the definition of citizenship, I want to say that there are some words that jump out at us, and the first two presenters did speak to some of those. We have peace, tolerance, inclusion, sustainable world, common shared values. Next slide, please. And when we hear these words, for me, it speaks from a philosophical perspective of cooperation, shared values, collectivism, interrelatedness. But my main contribution to this morning's reflection is that I believe that this philosophical perspective is in dissonance with a dominant worldview. And that worldview is around individualism, self-interest, self-preservation. And that at the root of many of our challenges, as highlighted in the first speaker, is right there. And some of those highlighted by UIL in their presentation. But among those are, next slide, I would like to highlight some others. The inequity and inequalities of all manner that many of us on this platform also experience. The rich getting richer and the poor poorer. And the divide between the haves and the have-not continue to widen. Many societies continue to be beleaguered by racism and classism that excludes many while valuing some. There's a polarized political, religious, and economic perspective that have many persons within their own communities fearing for their lives. Then there is the digital divide that the global pandemic just laid bare before us. And of course, what is uppermost is the matter of climate change. And here I have highlighted the inappropriate use of the natural environment and the generation of waste that damage the natural environment. And so the question I would challenge UIL with and anyone else is, who is our target of the subject of citizenship education? And can we truly achieve the outcomes of citizenship education without addressing these larger issues? I was really fascinated by the presentation, the first presentation, that really speak to some of the attempts to address these larger issues. And my work in Bridge 40 with Bridge 47 does speak to that. But I'd like to just challenge us to think through those things. Next slide, please. And to say that many would believe that citizenship education is clearly just an idealist perspective. But I would hasten to ask, should that mean that we should not seek to achieve the objectives of citizenship education? And my answer would be, we should, and we can, and we have been, and we need to deepen that. And I'd like here now to commit and to share that the International Council for Adult Education is committed to this agenda and supports UIL in its own agenda. But what is very clear is that citizenship education must be addressed at all levels of society and within all institutions of our societies, and should go beyond the boundaries of education to the political and economic agencies of society in order to facilitate this change. Next slide. But at the individual level, we would argue that citizenship education should, at the individual level, as we address our adults, should counter the dominant worldview of individualism, of self-interest and self-preservation, while helping the citizens to develop the dispositions and skills, the competencies to embrace this notion of citizenship education right at the individual level. And then it should aim to build that individual's competencies and sense of agency while developing some sense of belonging in a community. And in that regard, we want to salute the work of UIL, the work of the Ban Ki-moon Center, and although the work that was done by Bridge 47 and all other entities that are engaging in this work, because we have got to combat and push against extremism, individualism, and those things that go against the collective. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being on time. Thank you so much for these very important questions that you have raised to UIL. I believe that these questions are actually critical for many people who are participating in the symposium, in the panel today, also not just speakers, but just participants as well. And I am sure that we'll have time to address some of these elements in their discussions too. May I request now to invite I would like to invite Mr. Rili Lapaninen, Chair of the Bridge 47, and to please speak to and present the views of Bridge 47 on citizenship education, but also activities that you carry out, but also comment on the UIL's activities presented by my colleague Christiana. And you have also 5 minutes to respond to these questions.
Thank you very much. May I ask that the Secretariat could put my slide presentations as well on?
Yeah.
It would be easier to get it right. Thank you very much. And in meanwhile, waiting to start, congratulations also from our side to the UIL. It's really great that you have a really absolutely great history, but I think that you have even better future. And definitely the work, what you're doing is extremely needed. And we have been extremely proud to be the partner on the path with you and hope to continue that. So congratulations from our side. And thank you very much for inviting us to join. So I'm proud to present the Bridge 47. I'm going to more in the detail a little bit in a second on there. But if you could put second slide, I just would like to highlight this aspect. I'm not really repeating what many previous speakers mentioned earlier on that, but I really think that exactly the whole 4.7 and of course the goal 4, but especially for the 4.7 target is extremely important for achieving every single goal and the target under the Agenda 2030. So somehow exactly when we are reading the whole Agenda 2030 framework, let's say the philosophy on there, for me it is the global citizenship education. Because without the actions what the individuals do, we can't really achieve about the Agenda 2030 and not the sustainable development to all of us, every human beings in this planet, and taking account about the limits what we are having in this planet. So again, about the Agenda 2030 5 Ps, when we're talking about partnership, prosperity, planet, peace, and now I'm forgetting what is the 5P, but the planet, I think it is. The people, definitely, that's the most important one. Without all of those at the same time, we can't really achieve about the goals. And here you can see many examples how exactly the education definitely plays very important role. Just highlighting, for example, the goal number 16, the peace, where exactly one of the cornerstones of building about a global community is really started from building peace. And unfortunately, we are living now in the circumstances where we have more wars and violent conflicts in the world than we had during the Second World War. So I think that we have failed somehow, but I believe that using the potential of the education, which all is as aspects with the formal, informal and non-formal education, including adult education, lifelong learning, life-wide education, we can make the change. Can I have the next slide, please? So we in the Bridge 47, we are the global network. We have more than 1,000 people all over the world and many partner organizations like ICAI, for example, like UIL, like Ban Ki-moon Center, etc. But the whole point is that we would like to offer the space for the platform for those people who are acting on behalf of the SDG 4.7. And what they do is really different kind of activities. Some of them are really practitioners who are really solving the problems in the indigenous communities, or they are doing that in the schoolrooms. They are doing that as activists in front of the banks or whatever places. We have a lot of us who are doing quite a lot of advocacy. So exactly bring together these people and really learning, because we also want to learn, because these things are so complex. We need to learn and empower, engage each other to be capable to do our work wherever we are. Another very important point for us is the advocacy, and then we have recognized that exactly it's quite a lone job, but we're happy to do that. And then, for example, the Transforming Education Summit, which was mentioned by Monica from the Ban Ki-moon Center, that was one of the places where we managed to really highlight also the importance of the SDG 4.7. And we will continue that work in the global, in the regional levels as well, and in the national level. And through the network, we are capable to do that, and really happy about the people who are doing a really amazing job wherever they are, active lobbyists, really making sure that we have the political recognition, we have the space and importance underlined, and also the resources to do the global citizenship education in practice. The partnership not only with the civil society organizations or educational organizations is extremely important, because in this complex world we need to partner with academics, we need to partner with private sector, we need to partner with media, we need to partner with everyone who share the same common values, and we would like to get the impact to be happened. That's also is a place where we can really understand each other. It's a part of the dialogue, learning from each other and understanding the different point of views, and build on the consensus and common interest, and then defining the practical solutions. And then the innovations, which is extremely important one, because we definitely need to really use all of the possible opportunities, where definitely technology is one, but not everything. We need a lot of...
Sorry, Mr. Riley, you have 1 minute to wrap.
Yeah, thanks. That's fine. I'm almost concluding. We need the knowledge from the indigenous people. We need the knowledge of the young people. We need the knowledge from the elderly people as well. But all of those together, is that how we're trying to operate. So offering these places where we can really transform, because definitely we all need to transform the whole societies where we're living, the whole global machinery, how we have set it up. It doesn't really function equally at the moment. Like Sherman very rightly mentioned, that exactly we are getting even worse direction at the moment, but we need to offer the spaces where we can also build the ideas how we can move on. And that's why we want to build the bridges between the different actors and different topics, and then finding the solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your very interesting presentation on the Bridge 47 in particular, and the UIL is also happy to collaborate and partner with you on promoting citizenship education from a lifelong learning perspective, with a specific emphasis on adults and youth as well. And a very nice component that you have highlighted is that the building partnerships is critical in actually developing global citizenship work that we do across the world, and bring together the different partners, and not just the academia, governments, or but also private sector and youth. I would like now, either it is the lunchtime that affected our active participation in the question and the answer section, or our presentations have been quite clear that did not raise any question. I can see only few comments, but I would like to invite all these three speakers. Maybe Mr. Henrik, you can also be part of this if you are available online. And please, in very short, in 1 minute, you could please respond to the question which I am about to ask from all of you. And this is is about what are the key new challenges for citizenship education that you in your work, in your as an academic, but also as an NGO, international NGO organization, you have seen or you have identified that needs responding or needs some kind of action, and what kind of opportunities are there for citizenship education from a lifelong learning perspective, particularly when it comes to challenges of the global nature. May I request the respondents to start with Miss Shanane? Maybe you could actually start, and then we move to Mr. Riley and my colleague Christiana. So what are the key new challenges for citizenship education, and what are the opportunities you see? Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so I would jump at that quickly and say, from the Caribbean, really Latin America and the Caribbean perspective, that's how I will answer it, but mainly the Caribbean. And that is the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has pushed persons, even persons who were moving lower middle, who have been pushed down as far as they are concerned. So the kinds of challenges that we were left with economically that have shifted persons' attention from working for the community to surviving. And so that pushes against the other more external, global, or even community objectives as people try to eke out a position for themselves and to find new footing. And so it goes back to that self-preservation, which is not necessarily wrong, but that it really counters and pulls your attention. It's like Maslow says, when you're busy looking at your own needs at the lower level, you're not able to engage at the other level. So immediate economic circumstances, I feel, within the Caribbean is now pushing against the larger issues of citizenship education.
Thank you so much. Mr. Riley?
Thanks for the question. Exactly, the first word which came to my mind is the polarization, because it's really, we're living a little bit in the situations where we have so multiple crises at the moment, and as a human beings, mainly only one thing is enough in your head. You can't really tackle about many things at the same time, and that's the COVID is very good example on that. But also, if I'm taking the European perspective at the moment, unfortunately the war in Ukraine is really the top number one at the moment, and it's eating all the capacities of the people's thinking at the moment. But I would love to turn this as a possibility, and that's what we're trying to do, because in the crisis situation, people are really clever, and they are really creative, and they are really innovative, and they're finding the solutions how to survive. And I really believe the good in every single human being, that when the circumstances force you a bit to jump out of your comfort zone, you find the solutions. And exactly then the learning comes to that. You need to really learn how to really tackle the situation. And I think that the old proverb, which is using is from the African proverb on saying that I am because we are. I think that it really matters about this solidarity what we are seeing at the moment during the COVID, during the war in Ukraine, for example. It's really amazing that people really do care about their neighbors, their family, the other people, and that's, I think that there's really a lot of good elements of that we definitely need to celebrate that aspect as well.
Thank you so much. I think these are very important elements that we need to recognize. And I see several questions in the chat box, but also one question in the question and answer. Unfortunately, we don't have time to respond to, but I would like to invite the respondents as well as speakers to please look at the questions. Particularly, one of the questions is about the thoughts on the tensions between our responsibilities as global citizens and increasingly narrow nationalistic interpretations of what it means to be a citizen at the national level, and how does it impact the educational curricula at all levels, including adult education in particular. And this question came from Jordan Naidu, our director at the Institute for Educational Planning. And another question which was posted here, which I would like to invite also respondents to maybe respond in writing, about how do we perceive the struggle contradiction between national citizenship and global citizenship. Again, this similar to Jordan's question. Could you give examples of how your organizations, ICAI, Ban Ki-moon Center, but also the Bridge 47, actually tackling and advising educators to tackle such distorted notions of nationalistic perspective of citizenship and versus global citizenship? And I think I want to, unfortunately, Christiana, I won't give floor to you. I would like to conclude this session as much as I want to continue a conversation.
Now moving into this panel 6, the changing world of work. We know that new skills are constantly emerging and that uncertainty is becoming the norm. So the objective of this panel will be to highlight the role of lifelong learning in the context of the changing world of work, and also will be able to inspire UIL's future work on this particular topic. We will be talking about facts and figures on the changing world of work, the role of lifelong learning therein, and the challenges and solutions in the context. We have a great set of panelists for the introduction of the scene. We have Professor Philip Brown from Cardiff University. For presenting UIL's activities, we'll have Mrs. Marie Macaulay, program specialist at UIL. And we have two excellent respondents. One, Mr. Diego Romero from Medellin, Colombia, and Mr. Ahmed Said Al Hussein, the mayor of one UNESCO learning city in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, UIL Industrial City. So participants, again, can pose their questions in the Q&A box while speakers are presenting, and these questions will either be directed to speakers or addressed by me through the speakers. Participants can also share good practices on lifelong learning in the world of work. So without further delay, I would like to move to the introductory speaker of the panel, Mr. Philip Brown. From Cardiff University in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And Philip is a distinguished research professor at Cardiff University. And for over 25 years, he's been studying the future of work across advanced and emerging economies, interviewing many senior managers and executives in leading transnational companies and senior policy makers in countries including China, Germany, Finland, Vietnam, the United Kingdom, Singapore, etc. Phil, thanks for joining us today. The floor is yours. You have 8 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much indeed. It's a great pleasure to be part of your celebration. And I talk to you from Ho Chi Minh, which is where I'm currently conducting research. After 25 years, I still don't understand the future of work, and certainly the changing context around it, which is a major challenge for us all. And the basic point I want to make is how we understand these changes, and especially how we understand, for example, the fourth industrial revolution, which we hear a lot about, is really very, very important, because it shapes the context in which we think about the future of work and the wider view of, in relation to education. So what I want to do is just present two positions and then raise a few issues. It seems, I think a lot of people would agree, and I certainly would agree with the idea that we're at a bit of a crossroads. There's interconnection of different kinds of technologies around AI, robotics, Internet of Things, additive manufacturing, all these sorts of technologies seem to be converging in ways which allow us to not only produce new things, but crucially to do the things we already do in different kinds of ways. And I want to explore that a bit later. And also one of the things that greatly interests me in relation to this is also the role of digital platforms, which in some ways could be seen as akin to the production lines of the last century. And what's for sure is that however we think about the fourth industrial revolution, it basically is at an early stage, but how we think about it is real in its consequences. Because it strikes me that we don't live in a particular new age of invention. We live in an age of recombination. And what we've seen is a lot of unraveling, not just around technology, but broader social institutions around work have been unraveling. Some of this has been deliberate. So there's been an unbundling because the technology allows for a more detailed specification of the nature of work, the nature of skills, which has implications for our thinking about learning. And also we know that industrial revolutions are never simply technological. They're also about the social, we've just heard about issues of inclusion, about polarization, which are a central part of any discussion, I think, today about the future of work, because the technology is not destiny. Now, the dominant way of thinking about this, and informs a lot of work around learning and lifelong learning and skills, is to continue to assume what we might call a labor scarcity view. And this is the idea that advances in technology drive up the demand for skill. And we've heard a lot about skill bias, technological change over the last couple of decades. And that also links to the idea of human capital theory, which again is also based on a view that there's a scarcity of people with the right skills. Now, the question is, what are the right skills? But if we can gain those skills and we can gain that learning, then the assumption is that we will be able to find meaningful employment offering a decent standard of living. So here then, under labor scarcity, the focus is on the supply side, an assumed race between education and technology. Can education and can lifelong learning keep up with the technology? But even within this view, there's a recognition of the changing definition of high skills and what needs to be learned. And we've heard, as you all well know, a lot about what robots can't do, and to focus on that, on the non-routine cognitive skills, on emotional intelligence and such things as being the things that human beings should focus on. But what we also find is that there's a lot of discussion about big data and using big data as a way of getting a better understanding of what the employers need, and therefore molding education and training reforms to meet those particular needs. And again, we therefore hear a lot about STEM, and we hear a lot about digital skills and coding, based upon some view that what we need is an agile workforce who will be operating over a very large number of years, so that the lifelong learning aspect of it becomes almost like a form of lifelong employability. And what bothers me about this is that narrowing view of education. But what also bothers me equally as much, if not more, is that it fails to understand the real changes at work and the real changes in business models driven by technology. Now, we're not seeing the end of work, the idea that lots of jobs be wiped out by automation. That's not the case. But what we are seeing is that we are not creating enough decent quality jobs that match people's expectations and their qualifications. So it's not just an alignment problem that we confront between education and work, but it's a structural problem. And it's a structural problem that creates issues around supply and around what the purpose of education. But I think it's very important for us to get a better understanding of what's happening in labour markets, what's happening in workplaces, because the key challenge is, how do we move the economy? How do we get employers and companies to really think about the ways in which those technologies are being used, because they can be used in different ways. So how do we enhance labour through technological change to be productive, rather than simply relying on cost cutting? Now, it seems to me, therefore, that we've got a major kind of cognitive challenge. We hear a lot about robotic process automation. That is, that it attacks from the bottom up. It basically automates routine jobs, but it creates space then for people to move up the value chain. I'm very skeptical of this particular view, because it's not that the technologies directly substitute in the sense of robots for teachers, but it's rather that the technologies allow companies to reorganize knowledge forms of work and technical forms of work in ways which actually can lead to a decline in discretion and skill. So it re-stratifies managerial, professional and technical forms of jobs. So I reject the idea that we are seeing a hollowing out of the middle of the labour market. There's no real evidence of that, but the middle of the labour market is changing its character. So this leads us to a number of questions. So however you look at this, labour scarcity, job scarcity, both view the need for important changes in educational reform. Both recognise the need for lifelong learning, but what that might mean could be significantly different, and how it relates to the realities of what's happening at work is going to be a major challenge. And we're seeing already the shift away from this kind of idea of a race to higher education, the race to some kind of knowledge economy, which assumed was going to be there. But there's a growing recognition that that isn't necessarily the case. So what the worry is you get that narrowing of educational purpose, and also it raises old questions, therefore, about, for example, the role of vocational education, which in turn raise problems around parity of esteem, inequalities, and outdated funding models, which are crucial in terms of thinking about lifelong learning.
Philip, I'm sorry, you have 1 minute to wrap up.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. This is my last slide. So, and one aspect of that, of course, is that with the pandemic, we've seen how hybrid forms of work, which are not going away, how that is going to impact on on basically the workplace as a place of learning, and the ways in which that might be hollowing out that workplace, which I think is important for us. The other aspect of this, I think, is that for far too long, we've assumed that people can develop themselves and their human talents simply through work. And what we are actually having to recognize is the underutilization of human talent, and thinking about how that broader view of lifelong learning, which has been discussed in this symposium, how that links into notions of work and changing notions of work. Because ultimately what we're talking about is, what does it mean to be human, and how are we going to develop new kinds of understanding about the role of AI and cognitive, artificial cognitive intelligence, as opposed to some broader sense of social collective intelligence, which is so important, I think, to any thinking about lifelong learning. Sorry, it's a bit rushed, but anyway. Okay.
But many thanks for the enlightening presentation in rethinking the work, education, and lifelong learning in the fourth industrial revolution, where mainly learning that I like this phrase very much: technology is not destiny, no automatic win-win. But also your reference to labor scarcity is not the end of work, but there are not going to be enough jobs of the kind that people are qualified for or expecting for. And well, I think generates a flow of income over the career path, what we need, we will continue discussing. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfectly fine. Well, thank you very much. We'll continue then, and I will ask my colleague Marie Macaulay, program specialist, to present the UIL activities on the changing world of work that UIL has been working on and that will be working in the coming years. So, Marie, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Raoul. I hope you can hear me well as well.
Yes.
Thank you. I will be speaking in French in just a second, just to thank Philip for the really nice introduction to the topic, and also to say that I hope that what I'll be speaking about specifically in relation to UIL's activity will tie into some of those challenges you mentioned, and hopefully highlight the role that lifelong learning can play in dealing with some of those challenges. So I'll just be switching to French now. Bonjour à tous. Merci.
So hello, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm going to speak about the way the working world is changing and how UIL is going to work on the challenges that are associated with it. So we are living in a context of rapid changes, and the workplace becomes a place to learn new technologies, recessions, the economy, also demographic changes and external shocks like the one of the COVID-19 pandemic can change the workplace and also the way we participate in the labor market. So every day it is difficult to foresee what the next skills will be that are demanded. And as such, lifelong learning is a right that allows for people to adapt to this ever-changing context. So it is necessary to have lifelong learning, to also to construct more inclusive societies that are more that are fairer and that allow for personal development. The UIL program for the changing work context has 3 focal points: digitization, climate change, and demographic changes. And these 3 trends have an important impact on the labor market. I'm going to give you an overview, and then I will speak about more specific elements, how UIL wants to tackle these challenges. So let's start with digitization. Technological developments that we see evolve a lot, constantly, and also answering the new digital resources that we see. And digital platforms allow for better access, but also better possibilities to learn. You can get engaged in different curricula, perfectioning your skills, requalifying, or both. So this goes further than online learning. There are innovative learning schemes like augmented reality. So during the COVID pandemic, this has shown clearly that we need better support and organizations to enhance the knowledge of adult educators. We have the Curriculum Global that helps with that to enhance digital knowledge for adult educators. So this helps them to use these technologies in their teachings and also in administrative tasks. Second challenge around the sustainable development. We need to do that in order to combat the effects of climate change. It is essential to arrive at a sustainable production and consumption. And here, adult learning must be part of this transformation to have a more inclusive, sustainable development. On the labor market, it will be necessary to prepare workers and those who look for jobs for their new employment and give them the necessary skills to make use of technologies. These are the trends, these are the focal points of UIL, and we try to come up with strategies in order to facilitate this transformation, this transition. with proactive education policies that make use of the tools that we can put in place. And now there's another one, demographic changes. In today's world, we live longer. There's less and less youngsters that come on the labor market, and the age profile becomes ever older. People have to work longer, and the retirement age is pushed back in many countries. In this aging population, where people need to be active for a longer time, there is a need to perfection and to requalify skills. There is also a large chunk of population that is displaced because of conflicts or other reasons. So they as well need to have the possibility to be active in the civil society and in the political realm and to solve social problems. So UIL will focus on developing programs of lifelong learning that take into account the needs of older learners to help them stay up to scratch for using the new technologies and to help themselves. So now, well, I have already addressed certain challenges. I'm going to speak about more specific strategies and points of our activities. So we want to make progress when it comes to offering lifelong learning, to have a smoother transition between learning and entering the job market, and to be able to tackle challenges at the workplace. So this goes for national programs, CNC. So it's about recognizing certain learnings. These systems allow to register and to recognize the learning results of certain persons in another country. And in this framework, UIL establishes certain topics around different axes. It is about supporting the development of VAEs in the world through capacity building in the member states, and also research axes in the private sector with the mechanisms of VAE and with micro-certification and credits that are recognized by certain cities and local players, local stakeholders. This also goes for green competencies, for green jobs. We want to enable people to acquire knowledge that allows them to work in so-called green jobs. So obviously, university education is also part of that in order to enhance the access to learning opportunities. For instance, for non-traditional learners, like those that we see in aging populations. So we try to contribute to the improvement and the requalification of skills, and we will continue our research work in this area. And we want to work in the partnership, for instance, with the Shanghai University when it comes to addressing the needs of aging populations. And in order to empower citizens during this transition to a more sustainable world, we want to come up to make sure that these strategies are part of local policies. So we try to really tailor-make solutions for those who are looking for new jobs. We do it in cooperation with local stakeholders in order to facilitate the transition on the local level, transition to the labor market. And we are going to look into certain activities innovative research methods in order to create a learning landscape, and we want to forge partnerships with the private sector and inform more generally on capacity building in a perspective of lifelong learning at the local level. So this is what I had to present. This is how we want to tackle the challenges of a the universe of working that is changing.
Digitalization, climate change, demographic changes, and how they are impacting the labor market. I will provide how UIL is and will continue addressing these key challenges with its work. Well, I will now ask the two respondents of the session to complement on the issues of the changing world of work and related UIL activities against the background of their own perspective, and of course the presentation by Philip Brown. I will use the opportunity to switch. It's my chance to switch into Spanish, so I will do it. La primera reacción será por parte del señor Diego.
Response will be by Diego Romero, director of Pro Medellin Foundation from Colombia. He's a social communicator and psychologist, and he has been working as a consultant of the organization Impulsa Colombia. He has been also a counselor for the Medellin mayor, and he is, as I've said, the director of Pro Medellin, and he focuses on green transition and sustainability. Thank you so much to the UNESCO Institute for inviting us to speak today, and congratulations for your great work done around education all over the world. Medellin is a city that is changing a lot, and we are changing our economic perspective from a very commercial perspective to a perspective in which the capacities for the fourth revolution are going to be very important for our youth to be able to find a job in the future. We also want to create a local ecosystem with global solutions. The talent of our city and the solutions that we might generate to tackle our problems in the territory are meant to be exported. We are meant to offer our solutions to the wider world. Our companies in Medellin are focused on the program of education changing. Education is very important for our business activities in the city and also to develop solutions within the territory. And we've been working on creating public policies related to science, innovation, and technology. And we want to create social technical systems that help human development on the ground. These programs are related to mobility, health, food security, and so on. So we are creating tables where research teams from the universities are gathering together, and we also have representatives from the business sector joining them around these tables. We also have governmental representatives on these tables, and they sit together and chat and try to find a way in which education is also understood as a tool for sustainable development. And we also want to foster communication by doing this. We've seen that we had some challenges regarding communication between governments, businesses, and the academia. Not just universities, but the whole academic sector, from basic schools, primary schools to high universities. We've seen that these communication problems have have posed challenges and obstacles to find common solutions. And what we've been doing in Medellin is trying to get all these actors together and find solutions for to put forward local and international solutions to global problems. Medellin is also building 22 technological centers. We have different neighborhoods in Medellin, and in each neighborhood we are building a technology center where several training programs will be available for young people. These will be short training courses from 3 or 6 months to several years, and these training programs will enable these young people, to access the labor market. We have also made available thousands of computers. In a city such as Medellin, not everyone has access to hardware such as computers, and this makes even more difficult you have just 1 minute to wrap up. So not everyone has a computer, and we've been distributing computers among the poorest young people in the city. And this is something very important, because this is going to guarantee that companies will have a more qualified staff in the future. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us, for sharing Medellin's experience, and thank you as well, because it seems you are finding ways, you are finding new articulations with these three-party meetings and together with international cooperation to tackle the different challenges in the city.
Mr. Ahmed Said Al Hussein, he's the mayor of the UNESCO Learning City of UIL Industrial City in Saudi Arabia, who sent a video message. Mr. Abdullah Al-Jumai is with us now, and he will be responding some inquiries after the presentation. So we will present the video of Mr. Ahmed Said Al Hussein.
Greetings and a great afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Very honored and happy to be part of this team in addressing the changing world of work. We are living in a dynamic world of change, and the change is happening faster than ever before. The technological advancement has enabled change to happen in a very fast and vast pattern. What's very interesting is what happened in the area or field of education, whereby the change that took place has enabled life learning to be much easier to share, codify, and develop. Allow me now to start the presentation by sharing with you an overview of Jubail Industrial City. Now on this slide, you'll be looking at historical facts of Jubail City and geographical location. Moving on to the next stream of statistics that also shows some facts about the city, starting from the number of hospitals that are covered by both private and government sector, number of commercial license, and the total workforce of employment in the city, and finally, the number of industries that exist in the cities, and that includes small and medium and large, or what we call primary and secondary businesses. Getting into the education side, as you can see, the total number of male and female students that are within the different schools and institutes and colleges of Jubail Industrial City, and then showing the numbers that are in both the higher education and public education. I always like to compare between the industrial system and the education system. In the industrial system, we have a pipeline that connect industries to each other and make sure that the products move from one station to the other until there is the completion of the final product. And the pipelines are in a way the veins of the industries and the one that connects the industries to each other and makes integration easier, efficient, and effective. Pipelines are one example of the logistical system. Now, likewise, in education, we have a value chain, and that value chain needs to be connected to each other. You need to make sure that this stream of knowledge that flows into each stage of education is consistent, effective, and value-adding, starting from kindergarten all the way to college. And the end product is the quality of graduates. At each stage, we have a set of enrichment programs that comes along and after that period of education. And as you can see in the slide, there are various programs and training activities that takes place to equip our students with the skills they need. In addition to these enrichment programs, we also have provided various centers, accelerators, and incubators, and that is to apply and test ideas and research topics. In terms of employment, the Royal Commission of Jubail has scored the highest employment rate in the kingdom, and that is according to the Human Resources Development Fund report. And that was definitely the result of the quality of education that is in the city. To end, just as lifelong learning never ends or stops, the enhancement and improvement of education should also never stop. And this cannot be done alone. Through this network of learning cities, we will be able to share impactful ideas and great best practices. And together, we definitely will be able to make this world a better place. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the UNESCO Institute for Life Learning team for the wonderful support and for creating such venues of knowledge exchange that will help us learn from each other and make a better difference in our cities. Together with me is the Royal Commission Education team. They will be here to respond to any questions that you have. Once again,
well, I want to thank you, Mr. Ahmed Said Al Hussein, the mayor of the Jubail Industrial City, for sharing their valuable experience on this. Without further delay, I would like to move into the Q&A sessions, and there's a specific question for Philip, saying how and in what ways is the unbundling of work profits driven for shareholders, which dissemble economies from communities or based on institutional rule of law to safeguard standards, health and safety, and protect human rights whilst prospering entrepreneurial green and digitized economies, with micro, small, and medium enterprises by mobilizing new knowledge? I think it's a very specific question. It's just for you, I think.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I mean, for me, the fundamental challenge is how do we develop a different narrative around the future of work and new technologies, which enable companies, if you like, to buy into it, and that would obviously include the sort of the green agenda. And there's lots of discussion about that, as we know, within business, but it's very often set aside from discussions really about technology and about issues, for example, of productivity. So for us, I think the issue is how to really work with companies. And there are a whole number of companies out there. In our current work, we've had more interest from the employers than we've had in anything we've done previously. So there is some optimism that we can develop an alternative way of thinking about these things. But the dominant position, if you take, for example, a lot of the major consultancy companies, they are selling technology as cost cutting. And if that is the only dominant model that is being sold to companies, we've got a major problem. So we need to I think, have a very realistic discussion about how we can move this agenda forward in concrete terms, in a way that national policy makers understand, and in a way that allows us to connect with the real concerns of employers, whether they be larger companies or SMEs.
Thank you very much, Philip. I would like to using the question we have in the Q&A session, and I will pose it like this: how can we promote opportunities for reskilling and upskilling for green jobs available throughout people's lives? And I would like to ask the presenters to respond this in we have very short time, less than 1 minute to each one. I don't know who'd like to start. We'll say Marie.
Thank you, Raoul.
Merci, Raoul.
Very well, yes. Thank you. Sorry, how can we promote green skills and reskilling and upskilling for all? Was that the question? You're muted, Raoul. Sorry, I cannot hear you.
Thank you. Yes. How can we promote opportunities for reskilling, upskilling for green skills available throughout people's life? This is a general one for all.
This is a general one, and I think I think that's really going to be part of our efforts as well, as we look more and more into this field of greening jobs, upskilling, reskilling pathways for the green economy. How can we promote it? I think the narrative currently ongoing with climate change and the need for reskilling and upskilling is making it more and more obvious. But in the case of UIL, it's going to be about establishing partnerships, especially with the private sector, understanding the needs of the labor markets as well, and finding ways of making it more accessible in terms of transition. So how do we ensure that people have access to the different transitions to develop or enhance their skills and adapt them to these green jobs and the new emerging trends within the labor market around green economies. So I think those are some of the elements that we'll be working around specifically at UIL for creating more awareness around the need for these green jobs, but also how do we respond to the existing needs that we might not all be aware of through the private sector and labor market.
Thank you very much, Marie. Diego, would you like to add on this one?
Bueno, para nosotros es muy importante el lifelong.
Well, for us, lifelong learning is extremely important. For us here in Medellin, because the fact of renewing your knowledge permanently as the market changes is crucial. And of course, international market logic, it dictates this, and we see opportunities in, for example, software development, in coding, even for people who don't have a lot of skills yet in information technologies. So we have created a system for the governance of technology and science here in Medellin that allows us to engage youths who are studying in traditional schools, and so they can have an additional option of programs that allow them to connect to this new sector and these new opportunities. We can talk about, for example, artificial intelligence. We can talk about robotics. These are all very important to us. So we're trying to create a framework, for example, for the aerospace industry, because we have some aerospace innovation hubs in countries such as Mexico and the United States, and we can be a strategic ally for them. So we want Medellin to become a software hub, a software valley, and that would allow us to provide services, to provide something complementary for this fourth industrial revolution. In addition to our existing educational system, we do have a specialized digital university. And these programs are shorter than traditional university programs, and the industry is also working closely with these programs.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to be part of this session, and thank you so much for being very helpful and for all the effort you have given us, and congratulations on your anniversary. Actually, if we go back to the infographic that His Excellency the Mayor presented, you will see a wide range of programs offered for ranging from the kindergarten up to the upper level, like up to college. And there is a variety of enrichment programs such as STEAM, STREAM, AI, and game-based activity for younger learners. And also, we have programs that usually occur during like the extracurricular hours outside of classes for all community members. And we have examples like the robot, the AEI, and all aim to be upskill all the younger generation to suit the 21st century skills. The infographic itself, we designed it to reflect like a fish eye. So our eyes are on all our communities. We want to ensure that all our members of our communities are inclusive and equitable and suitable for all ages and all gender, as well as our diverse community and culture. We try to promote.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdullah. Thank you very much. I'll just give the floor 30 seconds to Philip just to make your last remarks on this.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, my brief response is, yeah, what are green skills? So the question is, what is particular about green skills as opposed, for example, to digital skills? And what's particular about digital skills as opposed to some broader notion of competence or a wider sense of what an educated person might actually study? So for me, it's actually how we integrate and think more generally about what kind of human beings are we talking about? What kinds of future generation of people do we want to create? And we've heard about citizenship and such things. If we get too carried away with just putting in everything in little boxes, green skills, digital skills and such things, we're going to lose that broader picture. And that broader picture is really important, I think.
Well, thank you very much to all of you for this incredible discussion. I think we learn a lot and really challenge us to continue putting together the different pieces of work that you have been doing so great. Thank you very much. Thank you not just to the speakers but also to panelists in general for the active dialogue we have been having.
Over the last 70 years, UIL has benefited greatly from cooperation with partners across the globe. Today, as we celebrate this anniversary, we wish to reflect together with all our partners on milestones, but also, and above all, to explore how we can continue to work collaboratively to further promote lifelong learning for all. I would like to share with you today, we are going to have 3 speakers for this panel. First, we will hear from Mr. Chakib Ben Moussa, Minister of National Education, Preschool and Sports from the Kingdom of Morocco. He will share us some thoughts on the prospects of the African Institute for Lifelong Learning. Then we will reflect on UIL's ongoing cooperation with Shanghai Open University of the People's Republic of China. We will hear from Mr. Jia Wei, President of SOU, accompanied by the institution's Vice President, Ms. Zhang Jin. Following this, I'm delighted to announce that a signing ceremony that celebrates a new cooperation agreement between UIL and the Shanghai Open University for the next 3 years will take place. During the ceremony, we will also hear from our director of UIL, Mr. David Achuarena. Finally, my colleague, Ms. Christina Drews, who is a program specialist here at UIL, will take the floor. Ms. Drews will introduce us to UNESCO's Global Network of Learning Cities project, through which UIL works with numerous partners in the globe. So I would like to first of all remind all our distinguished speakers today, you will have 8 minutes for your presentation. While our speakers are presenting, I would like to invite all participants to post any questions that you may have in the chat box. Your questions will be either put forward to speakers following their presentations or addressed in the Q&A box by UIL colleagues. So without any further delay, I would like first to welcome to the stage Mr. Ben Moussa, Minister of National Education, Preschool and Sports from the Kingdom of Morocco. The 7th International Conference on Adult Education took place in June of this year in Marrakesh. At the conference, over 1,000 participants adopted a new framework for action on adult learning and education, the Marrakesh Framework for Action. The Kingdom of Morocco has also initiated the creation of an African Institute for Lifelong Learning to mobilize and promoting lifelong learning in the country and across the region. This was noted in the Marrakesh Framework for Action. Mr. Ben Moussa, may I have the pleasure now to invite you to the stage to share with us some thoughts on this institute. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to excuse Chakib Ben Moussa, the Minister and President of the National Commission. He cannot be here, unfortunately. There was an urgent matter that has kept him from being here, but I am going to read his speech for this session. Excellencies, Assistant Director of UNESCO, Vice President of UNESCO, members of the Governing Board of the UIL, Director of UIL, Mr. Acharena, Madam Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, it's with great interest that I take the floor at the 70th anniversary of the UIL, and in particular during this séance, this session about partnerships. A partnership is a key element of sustainable development to promote efficient cooperation between governments and the private and civil society, so that we can build
le choix irréversible de l'ouverture du Maroc sur son environnement régional et international.
It marks the opening of Morocco on the world. So it is dedicated to defend common and multilateral cause, and hoping that it will have an international and global impact. In the frame of the fifth conference dedicated to the education held in Marrakesh in 2022, the partners and the actors took the commitment to support the initiatives in terms of cooperations on the international level. They took also the commitment to enhance and to optimize the long life learning. In this frame, initiatives were taken on the international level, on the level of the international countries too. So it is very important to involve all the actors operating in this area. So it is very important to have common clues to act in this area. I would quote another example of partnership. It is a recherche action, the research in terms or in the area of literacy in Rabat. It is led by 12 African countries, among them Morocco, and those countries release standard or reference reports to work. The most important thing is to harmonize all the competences, and we elaborate a frame of assessment. It was in 2018 in this context, and to go in the direction of a more ambitious partnership on level of African countries, we opened in 2022 the Confin 2 in Marrakesh in the realm of Morocco. And the message was to express the will of the realm of Morocco to establish an African center of education dedicated for enhancing and optimizing the cooperation in the countries of the global south, and to enhance the lifelong learning. In June, a conference precised the details of this initiative, and it established the 4 main missions of this institute. The institute is dedicated to enhance the capacity of all the actors involved in this approach, especially in the African countries. Furthermore, these institutes will enhance the optimized exchange of technologies and knowledge between different actors dedicated to the education, and especially between the learning African cities. Furthermore, this institute will enhance and create links between the different actors involved in the lifelong learning. And finally, this institute will address directly to the local policymakers and the practitioners and the chairmen of the NGOs and the researchers in order to have an assessment, a global assessment and a continental assessment of what we are doing in the area or in the field of lifelong learning. And the first priority are the learners and the educators. I'd like to remember, if you allow me to remember, sorry, is that framework for action in Marrakesh reconfirmed this initiative to create an African Institute for Lifelong Learning. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that the institute is embedded in the lifelong learning, which were confirmed by the UNESCO, and is a continuum of the following of the initiatives which were taken in the past. And this institute takes into account all the conditions, situations in which people are learning. It's linked, sorry, to vocational training. This lifelong learning is embedded in the American legislation, American law, which stipulates that lifelong learning corresponds to every activity to develop the knowledges, the skills, and the competences of everybody. So, for instance, in a social project or an economical project. This African Institute takes into account the continuum of what was done hitherto, and it takes into account all the vocational and social knowledges. And we will take into account all the learning situations and conditions which prevail in the African continent. It's an African Institute is dedicated to the three focus in numeric literacy, the basic knowledge, and the continuing training. The training of everybody in the country. And finally, this African Institute will make some, launch some stages to reactivate or revitalize the lifelong learning. And he will propose, deliver some possibilities to get into the market labor. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, a prefiguration of this institute was already launched by the realm of Morocco and by the European Union. It is a prefiguration study. It has three axes. The first axis, you have to precise the offer in Africa for the learning activities and for exchange experience, cooperation and assessment. The second component of this institute. This consists in assessment in the legal, organizational, technical, and financial aspects of this institute. And the third element of this institute consists into delivering solutions for the challenge we are facing. This prefiguration or this pre-study will precise the mandate and the mission of this institute, which is confirmed by the UNESCO, and it is preview to recognize and to validate the efforts and endeavors made by Morocco in terms of numeracy, and it's reconfirming the validity of the program of the UNESCO. These are pertaining to documents studies having the category 2. This institute belongs to the category 2, which is confirmed by the UNESCO. The most important thing is to have an institute which is able, first of all, to promote and to deliver the learning of people. And secondly, it is very important to create new learning cities. It is an African network, a very big network, which is dedicated to make sure that this approach will be consistent or continuing. It is a network with African dimensions, which is implement on the African level to realize, to concretize the commitment, to make real, the commitments taken by the different countries. And fourth point is consisting in enhancing and optimizing the work of the actors and the players to have a global approach of these goals. This African network will be able to implement hybrid events, for instance, exchange between different actors, different players, and to talk about the modalities, maybe via online conferences like today. And this is dedicated to have a synchronized sharing of this knowledge. And most important thing is to share the concept in a broad scale, especially within the learning cities in Africa. And in doing this, we'll follow a comparative approach. As a conclusion, I would say that the American initiative to create an African Institute for the lifelong learning and the partnership on the level of the African continent can contribute in a very cohesive way with the work of the UIL and with the aims of a learning society and of learning individuals. It involves the core neighborhoods, the regions, and all the country. And this will confirm that learning is a human right. And in this spirit and on this base, we will, in a short term, create this institute, African Institute for the Lifelong Learning, and we have operative exchanges with the different African countries and will all over the world. And also with the UIL. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as a conclusion, I would express the wish that I hope that this initiative will enhance and optimize the partnership among the African countries and Africa with the rest of the world. I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm very proud and honored to take part of this approach in this work. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alua. I was just informed by my colleague today who was representing Minister Bamoussa, is the Secretary General of National Commission of the Kingdom of Morocco. Thank you so much, Mr. Alua, for sharing us the messages from the Minister. We are very delighted to hear that you have built up this very comprehensive vision and very concrete ideas on establishing this African Institute for Lifelong Learning. Please kindly keep us updated in the process. It will be UIL's pleasure to engage and to support in this very important initiative. Thank you once more. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we will hear shortly from today's second speaker, Mr. Jia Wei, the president of Shanghai Open University. In light of a shared mission and a commitment to promote lifelong learning, ISOU and the UIL have formulated a very strong partnership since the year of 2020. Following the implementation of a strategic cooperation agreement that has led to 3 projects and a number of fruitful results over the last 3 years. On the basis of this fruitful cooperation, UIL and ISOU are envisioning a new collaborative initiative in which we will establish an ISOU-UIL campus over the next 3 years, from 2023 to 2025. Let's now welcome President Jia to the stage to share his perspective on the value of partnerships in this context. Dear President, the floor is yours. 贾校长，请您开始演讲。
尊敬的 David Adrena 所长，各位专家，各位来宾，女士们、先生们，大家下午好。
Director David Adrena, dear experts and specialists, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, good evening. I'm speaking from the city of Shanghai. Today, I'm very honored to be invited to UIL 70th anniversary celebration and symposium. To witness this milestone moment in person, I'm highly honored. On behalf of Shanghai Open University, I would like to extend my most heartfelt congratulations to Director Arturena and all colleagues. Looking back, UIL has been a leader in terms of promote lifelong learning in a global basis, and it is very impressive. Since last century, 70, UNESCO has released a very important report, Learn to Be the World of Education Today and Tomorrow, to the report released in 90, Learn, the Treasure Within, to the recently released report, Reimagining Our Futures Together, a new social contract for education. Among all these reports, lifelong learning is promoted by UIL, and UIL has been working hard to the implementation of lifelong learning on a global basis. And Shanghai Open University has a mission, a theme for all learners and all for learners. And the SOU is playing a very important role in building Shanghai into a learning city. After 62 years of practice and exploration, SOU has become a platform-oriented university, and we have built a public service system which is three-dimensional, which is all compassing lifelong learning system. The university is working with international organizations and with other cities from other countries. We have been working together. We have been learning from each other, exchanging our experiences, and aiming to provide access to lifelong education in an inclusive, equal, and high-quality way. I'm delighted to see that UIL and SOU has become close partners. At the end of 2019, China National Commission for UNESCO, Shanghai Municipal Education Commission, with their support, SOU and UIL has signed a collaboration agreement, and that was the beginning of the 3-year partnership. Around these 3 years, we have done a lot of work in spite of the global pandemic. We conducted a global survey on the contribution of higher education institutions to lifelong learning. A survey report and policy brief were jointly released, and a seminar on capacity building of education systems from the perspective of lifelong learning for UN member countries was continuously conducted. Serving educational decision makers and outstanding researchers in various countries. I would like to give my special thanks to Mr. Raul Cotera and Ms. Winnie Wang. It is your dedication and your expertise helped us going through the first phase of collaboration. Like it is said in the report, Imagining Our Future Together, it says ensuring citizens lifelong quality education is the common social cause and the common interests of all mankind. On the basis of this new social contract, it means the systematic and structural construction, participation, and the support from whole society. We will give full play to the creativity and innovation of higher education institutions, from supporting research and promoting scientific progress to serving local communities and even global education institutions as partners, and to make a contribution to fulfill social contracts. So therefore, Shanghai Open University and UIL decided to extend our first phase project office to upgraded international campus to build the first capacity building the research campus. And from year 2023 to 25, we are going to focus on two things, which are capacity building and the special researchers. The purposes are to provide talent training for education decision makers from various nations, from learning city managers to lifelong learning institutions. Secondary, we are focusing on aging society issues to provide special learning assistance to meet the senior people's employment, generational learning, and international and IT support for aging people. 10 years ago, Shanghai Open University was launched, which used to be Shanghai TV University. And after 10 years working under the new name, we have become a global partnership for UIL, and this is innovative, leading global collaboration platform, and which has played a global role in terms of knowledge building and practice sharing. And it has become an open and collaborative network that promotes our shared values of peace, development, equality, justice, democracy, and the freedom for all mankind, and the lifelong learning community of a shared future for mankind. We would like to work with UIL to build the new social contract for education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jia. Thank you very much for sharing the very important work of ISOU in the field of lifelong learning, and also sharing with us your prospect on our cooperation. And so, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, right now I'm very excited to share with you. Today, we will formally open a new chapter together. Together, we will witness UIL and ISOU mark the next step of their ongoing collaboration by signing this new cooperation agreement that will be in place for the next 3 years to establish an ISOU-UIL campus for international capacity development and research in lifelong learning. With that said, let us formally begin today's cooperation agreement signing ceremony. I kindly invite Mr. Jia Wei to sign the new agreement on behalf of ISOU. Equally, I kindly invite Mr. David Archerina to sign on behalf of UIL. The floor is yours.
今天几号啊？10月几号？试一下。这个展示，展示签名还是展示？给我一个人。哦，好 ，Gavin。
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, the agreement is now signed. As we are witnessing this remarkable moment, may I invite you to switch on your audio? Please join me to give a big round of applause to SOU and to UIL. Congratulations. Okay, right now, I would like
Du bist nicht Panelist, deshalb.
Is everything all right? Okay. Okay. Right now, I would like to welcome UIL's director, Mr. David Archoarina, to share his perspective on UIL-SOU cooperation and the importance of partnerships to UIL in general. David, please take the floor.
Thank you, Mo, and dear participants. First of all, I would like to stress the importance of partnerships for conducting our work. I mean, we've heard, throughout the day during this symposium, the complexity of lifelong learning in its different dimensions. We also saw that the mandate needs to be actually implemented through the involvement of many stakeholders. So partnership is really a very important principle in the way we work. I would say it's a mechanism to implement our new strategy, but it's also an aim in itself. So through partnership, we also facilitate and promote policy dialogue, policy sharing, and a better understanding across the world about the importance of lifelong learning and the ways in which it can be best implemented. So I'm very happy that we just heard the initiative from the Kingdom of Morocco with the launch of this new Institute for Lifelong Learning in Africa, and we are grateful to Morocco for taking this initiative. And I'm very glad that we are taking the opportunity of this celebration also to sign this very important agreement for us between UIL and Shanghai Open University. So I would like to thank Mr. Jia Wei, the president of Shanghai Open University, Mrs. Zhang, the vice president, for their support, their commitment, not only to this partnership, but to the cause of lifelong learning, I would say more broadly. President Wei, as you mentioned, the engagement of SOU in this project, in this partnership, is also, I would say, a part and of a broader also engagement of Shanghai as a learning city. Shanghai is a member of a global network of learning cities, and as such, it does participate actively in many of the initiatives conducted within that framework, and notably in the field of climate change, climate action, and education for sustainable development, in particular in collaboration with the city of Hamburg. So we are very pleased to actually reinforce this strong partnership through SOU with the city of Shanghai. This new agreement that we just signed is one step further in a cooperation that was already very successful with the first agreement that we signed 2 years ago, and which contributed really to have a better understanding on one of the important challenges that was discussed today, and I refer to the contribution of higher education institutions, and in particular universities, to lifelong learning. And we heard, for instance, earlier on today, in the case of Korea, that this is indeed a very important topic which is high on the agenda. So thanks to this partnership, I think we have been able to produce insightful findings on this topic. We had the first presentation of those findings during the World Conference on Higher Education that took place a few months ago in May in Barcelona. So that was, I think, a very important also platform to share the first outcomes of this cooperation program. But Mr. Wei, Mrs. Zhang, as you indicated, we also, contributed and developed materials for capacity building, and together we actually worked with a number of countries to provide support and guidance for the development of lifelong learning policies and the preparation for their effective implementation in several countries, notably in Africa and Asia. So we are grateful for this partnership, and now we are very much, I would say, looking forward and quite excited by this new chapter in our cooperation with this new agreement that I would say constitutes not only an extension of the previous framework, but also an upgrading, because now we are together establishing this campus, which is, say, a joint really effort to reinforce not only research, but also knowledge sharing and capacity building, using at as much as possible the potential of technology to disseminate those resources and to build capacities. So thanks a lot for your commitment to this partnership, but beyond that, for your commitment to the cause of lifelong learning. SOU has contributed to this, of course, in China and in Shanghai, and through this partnership together, we are now extending this expertise and experience throughout the world. So thanks again, and we are very much looking forward to this new era, this new moment in our cooperation.
Thank you, David, for your speech. It's clear that the collaboration between UIL and SOU has promoted lifelong learning in a myriad of ways over the recent years, and in turn has generated a positive impact on a global scale. Equally, opportunities for future collaboration with SOU and with all other partners promise to have a lasting impact in the field of lifelong learning. Thank you for all. Then last but not least, I would like to kindly invite President Jia and Vice President Zhang to unveil the SOU UIL campus flag created to inaugurate the next stage of cooperation between UIL and SOU. Mr. Jia and Ms. Zhang, please take the floor.
Okay. Take it.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you to join me to give another big round of applause to UIL and SOU. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Jia and Ms. Zhang, once more. Thank you very much for participating in today's ceremony. We know it's already very late in China. Thank you so much. So colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, now we can finally now give the floor to the third speaker of today's session, to my colleague, Ms. Christina Drews. As mentioned, Christina is a program specialist at the UIL, and she's going to share with us on some reflections on the Global Network of Learning Cities project. And also, she will introduce us the possibility it offers for future engagement and partnership. Christina, please take the floor.
Thank you, Mo. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished representatives, bonjour, good afternoon, good evening. I have the honor and the challenge to share with you the last UIL presentation, and I will speak about our collaborative work, our networking and partnerships. You may know that each year the UN Habitat releases the World City Report. And in this year's recent publication, we are witnessing a world that will continue to urbanize over the next 3 decades. Currently from 56% to 68% in 2050, meaning almost 70% of the world's population living in urban settings. This translates into an increase of 2.2 billion urban residents living mostly in Africa and the Asian region. All regions of the world are expected to become more urbanized. Unequivocally, this tells us that cities are here to stay and that the future of humanity is undoubtedly urban, but not entirely in large metropolitan areas. We also know that the future of cities is not uniform across the regions and can lead to a range of scenarios. In more developed economies, key priorities for the future of cities include managing cultural diversity, modernizing aging infrastructure, meeting the needs of an increasingly aging population. In less developed economies, urban priorities for the future are rising levels of poverty, providing adequate infrastructure, affordable housing, addressing high levels of youth unemployment. How these challenges are addressed will lead to a range of future scenarios. Building economic, social, and environmental resilience, including appropriate governance and institutional structures, must be at the heart of the future of cities. It is the space where we connect the dots for implementing lifelong learning, contributing to global change. We always say that our cities are acting local to go global. Against this backdrop of rapid urbanization and diversification of formal and non-formal learning environments, our institute established the UNESCO Global Network of Learning Cities, the GNLC, in 2012-2013. Since then, the network has been growing and expanding continuously. Today, we have almost 300 cities from 76 countries. This year, we have 60 new cities from Africa and 15 new member states from all regions that were integrated to the network. At UIL, we are producing instruments to help cities to design lifelong learning strategies within their specific context. Another sign of consolidation is the emergence of new regional networks. We have this case in the Latin American and Caribbean region and also in the Asian Pacific region. We are also observing the creation of national networks. This is the case for Italy, for Mexico, Ireland, Argentina. Next slide, yes. In response to the demand from member cities, the network has been consolidated through the work of thematic clusters. The clusters are focusing on education for sustainable development, learning for health and well-being, educational planning, inclusion, all topics of high relevance to our member cities. Each cluster is led by some coordinating cities and further supported by technical partners. The clusters facilitated exchange of knowledge, exchange of resources and good practices on these specific topics, and they foster mutual support among the participating cities. Within the context of these clusters, the GNLC has developed a set of publications, case studies, roadmaps, and this material is of course available for you too. By organizing the network's work around these specific issues, the network has strengthened the relationship with international experts, with other UN entities, with other city networks, with UNESCO chairs, for instance, who have been working in close consultation with our cities and UIL. So more and more bilateral and multilateral cooperation among cities has been produced. The Learning Cities responses to the COVID-19 pandemic illustrated how such partnership strategies are articulated around these sectoral priorities in health, environment, employment, social protection. And they will continue to play a key role in building resilience. I'm going to share with you a concrete example of joint work very briefly. Last year, for instance, at the 5th International Conference on Learning Cities, the cities from around the world pledged to place lifelong learning for health and the development of resilience at the center of their agendas. An international declaration was adopted, and UIL and the UNESCO Chair for Global Health and Education have collaborated to develop a roadmap guide for enacting this Yonsu Declaration. So member cities and all the participants of that conference have been invited to co-create over the course of the last year a roadmap which guides the cities in promoting lifelong learning for health and implementing policy to build a health learning pathway for all. For the coming years, the GNLC will make an even greater impact. First, already mentioned by my colleague today, there is an urgency to raise awareness on the impact of climate change. The importance for local and regional governments to adopt necessary measures to prepare their territories to become resilient to environmental change is key. Cities have vast resources and they are well equipped to tackle climate change. By developing knowledge and skills needed for this green transition, the learning cities can shape their wider regions and lead to global change. UIL will further enhance the engagement with cities and other partners on the local, on the national and international level to guide the members. Second, we will further document how learning cities are able to build learning ecosystems, where the community becomes the learning institution, connecting a range of different partners, libraries, museums, community radio, as well, of course, formal education and training institutions. The development of learning cities as inclusive learning ecosystems provides a path towards a new humanism, reconciling employment, inclusion, health and well-being, and environmental protection. Third, UIL further promotes and seeks partnerships within cities and involving universities. In many of our members around the world, universities embed the Learning City initiative. Universities contribute to citywide learning partnerships involving regular meetings with all the key stakeholders to build a Learning City plan, the program, and ensuring that learning is inclusive of all through engagement with the wide range of stakeholders. By using research to align learning with the need of the local people. Fourth, UIL will enlarge the scope of its Learning Cities agenda for research, advocacy, international exchanges, capacity development, and technical advice. This is to embrace the notion of learning territories. Such expansion will better address the needs of our member states in relation to rural areas, notably in the African region and in cities from underrepresented member states. We'll identify the features and principles of learning cities that can be applied to rural settings and adapted to inspire rural learning initiatives. We will document and share good practice in co-creating platforms and mechanisms for mutual learning. Number 5, UIL will offer tailor-made capacity building. It should suit the needs and requests of our members, adaptable to widely differing local contexts. For this, we will use the UIL Learning Hub and offer peer learning through courses, specialized modules, or other learning opportunities. In addition, UIL will work on a project to empower African and Asian cities to be key players in implementing lifelong learning. The project will support selected cities to develop into learning cities, drawing on the experiences worldwide, and it will run until 2025. Over this 3-year period, activities for capacity building, policy dialogue, and exchange of best practice will be organized around the key action points of developing into a learning city in a manner that is inclusive of different learning spaces So we're talking about regions, counties, towns, villages. Coming to my last slide, as part of UIL's medium-term strategy, we will promote new partnerships between cities for interaction and exchange, fostering increased cooperation between cities from the same region, and looking into the feasibility of interregional cooperation by twinning learning cities. There is a clear need and objective to increase collaboration with private companies and urban planners, especially when it comes to digitalization and the topics already mentioned: health, climate change, citizenship, education. And this is for strengthening the phenomenon of acting local to go global, recognizing how local governments have attained on the international stage today. They open the space of possibilities, as it was quoted in one of the panels today. The success of cities, towns, and urban areas will largely depend on policies and strategies that protect and sustain all, leaving no one behind. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Christina. Thank you for sharing this variety of initiatives we are envisioning, we are planning to be implemented on the platform of Global Network of Learning Cities. This project keeps informed all partners and all city members and also all interested colleagues through social media channels and through newsletters, for example. So we really look forward to having your partnership, to having your engagement in these many initiatives, many projects we are planning to implement in the following years. Okay, so with all the panelists finished their presentation, let me check whether there's a question from our participants. Okay, there is a question actually to SOU. May I ask President Jia and Vice President Zhang to answer this question? This question is media information literacy as integrated part of skills and competencies required in designing lifelong learning in Shanghai Open University? Are you able to get this question clearly? Should I repeat one more time? Can you give us a signal? Would you please? Okay, it's media information literacy. Media information literacy as integrated part of skills and competencies required in designing lifelong learning in Shanghai Open University.
我觉得媒体信息素养啊，对于当代的每个公民来讲，都
Media
是
information literacy to modern citizens is a required literacy, and for higher education practitioners, it is one of our focuses. For Shanghai Open University, 70% of the students are from regions other than Shanghai, and they are mostly workers from manufacturing sector and the service sector. So they have to balance their life and their learning. So through building an information network, a platform, we provide distance education. This requires multiple approaches. First, we have to build a lifelong diploma learning to provide them with the formal education and the learning resources. through this kind of program, we would like our students to learn the classroom teaching content, and we would like them to be engaged in the exchanges in classroom, and they can listen to the delivery of the teaching, and they should be involved in the learning activity. And also we ask teachers to closely watch the progress of the students. So for the 80,000 of diploma learners in our Open University, it is a very important approach. And also we provide a work learning platform for all citizens. In our platform, a lot of senior citizens are very interested in the knowledge and the skills we provide, and they use this to improve their life quality. For example, they use our platform to improve their photographer skills, to learn how to dance and sing, to improve their cooking skills, to make their life richer and more modern. And thirdly, we are trying to monitor the learning needs on our MIL platform. We would like to actively understand the students' learning needs, so respond to their needs and provide new content and the right teachers. And also we have learning AI, learning robots to answer general questions in the learning process. And this is one of our important projects too. And also we have an initiative called Credit Bank. The students can deposit their credit to this bank, and when they move to other platforms, the credit can go to the same bank. This can help to inspire, to motivate the learners, and to help them get recognition from a broader community, and they can use their credit bank to find a job. So the purpose is to make them continue the lifelong learning in the
Thank
years
you so much,
forward.
President Jiang. Thank you for this very elaborative answer. So before we close this session, I would like to give the floor one more time to our panelists. So each one would have 30 seconds to give a concluding remark. May I invite Secretary General Mr. Alua to start?
Votre micro est coupé, monsieur.
You are mute. Wow. I hear not.
But we can hear you right now.
So we have a technical issue.
Yes, we can hear you right now, Mr. Alua.
C'est bon?
That's okay?
Yes.
It works?
C'est bon.
Okay, it works. I would like to thank you to have given me the opportunity to talk in the frame of this panel, and I'd like to say that as Morocco has committed itself to implement this institute, which is very important. This is a royal guidance and a royal initiative, which is accepted in the frame of the Plan d'Action, the action plan of Morocco, which was implemented this year. We really need an expertise from the UN, from the United Nations, to accompany us in the frame of this initiative, because this has a regional character, but this will be a guide for the whole African countries, and maybe for all over the world. I don't think that the institute is just an investment in terms of building, but it is an investment in terms of methods and implementation of methods and new approaches, very innovative approaches. And these initiatives and approaches are dedicated to enhance specialism numerization for the training programs. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alua. Now, let me give the floor to SOU.
Well, many thanks that I got 3 opportunities to speak. First of all, on behalf of SOU, I'd like to thank UNESCO, Institute of Lifelong Learning, and also through the platform of cooperation, I'd like to also share our best practices with others. And also through the platform, I also would like to learn from other partners. So in a nutshell, through this implementation of the cooperation, I hope that more universities will go abroad so we can better understand each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jiang. And finally, to my colleague, Christina.
Thank you, Mo. What can I say? I think the essence of the Learning Cities Network is per se doing networking, finding partners, standing in solidarity for the topic of lifelong learning. And I think we have here a very real, tangible example. We are around the table sitting with our different partners with whom we increase our collaboration. And that's really the beauty of the network, be it with the city of Shanghai and different cities in the African region and all around the world. So I'm looking forward to this enhanced cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. I would like to thank once more each of our speakers and participants for sharing your valuable remarks and insights during this panel session and for celebrating with us today. Now, I'd like to hand over to UIL's director, Mr. David Acho-Arena, for the closing event of today's celebrations. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mo. And first of all, I would like to start by thanking again all the speakers and the panelists, all the participants, and thanks for your questions, which facilitated to actually go deeper in the exploration of some of the issues that were discussed. I think that it was really a very insightful and rich discussion, and the presentations, I think, will help us even to further refine the way we're going to design and conduct our activities. Maybe the first remark, at the end of this symposium, I think that maybe the first point to stress is the relevance of the mandate of the institute, which maybe remains as relevant as it was 70 years ago. It may be even more relevant. And I think that what transpires from the discussions, it's also the centrality of lifelong learning to respond and to address many of the contemporary challenges that we see today in the world, not only in the field of education, but in for the really agenda for sustainability in globally in general. So I think that's something that came out very strongly. I would say is so reassuring in a way for us at UIL when it comes to really the contribution that we can continue to make and the way we're going to continue partnering with member states. Maybe the second point, which I think came out very strongly throughout the discussion, is that there is no life without learning. I mean, learning is an intrinsic part of life. This is something that was already mentioned yesterday in the first event that we organized, and it came out again today very strongly. And here I would like to quote, for instance, Mrs. Ampati-Ba, who reminded us that well, school gives a diploma, but life is learning. L'école donne des diplômes, c'est la vie qui forme. I think that's a strong really formula, which I think summarizes very well, you know, this principle and this vision of lifelong learning as essential to life. And in the discussion, we also actually understood and that informal learning is maybe increasingly important and as important as formal education. And when we talk about informal learning, we also talk about learning as a collective process in the community, at home, and also at work. I think that we had different illustrations of those processes, those mechanisms through the presentations made by different speakers today, which reminded us that learning is really learning together, learning from the others, learning also with others, and I think that's also a very important principle for lifelong learning and for you know, the future of our work here at UIL. There was also a strong, I think, a call for really recognizing the diversity of learning places. Again, beyond the formal system, beyond schools, universities, vocational schools and training centers, but to really conceptualize the concept of lifelong learning, the reality and the processes of learning through this notion of learning ecosystems, which fundamentally do relate to this notion, this landscape of a diversity of learning places, and which calls also for mechanism to recognize learning achievements regardless of the way in which they were acquired. And I think this is very important. That's something that came out also very strongly from the discussion, and which relates very much to the work that the Institute has been doing and will continue to do, as you saw in the presentations, in the field of recognition, validation, and accreditation. When it comes to the main areas of I mean, programmatic areas, we heard a very strong, I think, presentation and discussion on climate action and the importance of lifelong learning for climate action and sustainable development in general. And here I would like maybe to maybe quote one, you know, statement made by Mr. Alvarez, I think, which maybe summarizes a very important perspective and principle is that we should not really see people as problems, but people are the solution, and people should be the actors of the transformation which is needed in education, but more generally in society, and not seen as only targets of public policy. So I think that's a very strong statement. It's a statement that relates, in fact, also to a broader perspective, which was already formulated in a way in the field of adult education. So we see that this remains even much more important today in the context of climate action. We heard also a very important and interesting perspectives on demography, and maybe I would just like to stress one point that was made by Professor Jan Goldin, and which I think stressed very well the principle and the reality of interdependence. The fact that really, we are all, in fact, related to each other, and that humanity also is related to, more broadly, to the planet. So humanity is diverse, but at the same time, humanity is one. And I think that this is something that, again, should be a very important principle and a very important value to guide, our action in the field of lifelong learning, and certainly that will also inspire in the future the work of the Institute. Again, to quote Professor Jan Goldin, I mean, we are all migrants. I mean, this is something that we should not forget, and I hope that this is something, a statement that will also be given, I think, adequate consideration throughout the world. This relates also very much to the notion of citizenship, which is one which is really evolving. We heard Mrs. Fröhler about the link between citizenship and the SDGs, and how also citizenship is central to the Sustainable Development Agenda in its entirety. And here I would like to refer to the so-called Delors report. I mean, we heard about the FOR report, we heard about the report of the Commission on the futures of education, but I think it's important also to remind us that learning to live together, which was one of the 4 pillars of education in the Delors report, remains as important as ever, and this maybe leads us to reflect on what I would call an extended ethics of care. I mean, caring for oneself, caring for the others, and caring for the planet. And lifelong learning is very much about this, extended ethics of care. The 4th industrial revolution was also part of our discussion. I think that Professor Braun gave us a very insightful and maybe, I would say, new perspectives on the future of work and on the impact and implications of the transformation of the labor market on lifelong learning. Not enough decent quality jobs. I mean, that's also a reality of the emerging labor markets, and the importance of developing people's talent. So the discourse on upskilling and reskilling is not sufficient. It's important also to nurture people's talent and to develop this capacity that sometimes was called, learning to become, which is a very important also perspective. And here I'd like to quote the chair of UIL governing board, and to a large extent also UIL's work, maybe to teach humanity about humanity. So that's also a very important and complex perspective. So I think that those exchanges kind of reaffirm the centrality of lifelong learning, but also the relevance of our new strategy framework and the 4 areas of priority: climate change, demography, citizenship, the transformation of the labor market are certainly key elements to reflect today on the future of lifelong learning. The mandate is broad, the challenges are huge, and this is precisely why we count on partnerships to actually deliver, our programs, but also contribute to designing maybe new ways of working together. So we heard today 3 different models of the way in which UIL promotes a partnership with this, alliance with the upcoming Institute for Lifelong Learning in Africa, launched by Morocco, with the support of UIL, the importance of Africa in our mandate. This is something which is, I think, reflected in this partnership. Another dimension is also the importance of open education and of technology, and this is what we are promoting through this SOU UIL campus in Shanghai, and that you've just heard about. And finally, the global network of learning cities is about also partnerships, but it's also a recognition of the fundamental belief that for lifelong learning to become a reality, implementation also needs to take place at local level, and requires also to support bottom-up initiatives. And this is precisely what we are actually documenting, but also supporting through this network of learning cities and through this territorial approach that we are going to further explore as a new dimension, maybe for guiding public policies in the field of lifelong learning. Voilà, je vais maintenant, pour terminer, passer au français. Je voudrais peut-être, en guise de conclusion, insister sur une dimension qui a été évoquée par plusieurs intervenants. Madame Giannini a rappelé l'importance de ce nouveau contrat social en éducation qui est mentionné dans le rapport de la Commission internationale sur les futurs de l'éducation. Sir Alan Tuckett nous a aussi rappelé l'importance du rôle, le rôle important de la société civile pour faire en sorte que les politiques ne conduisent pas finalement à l'exclusion de certains publics fragiles. Donc c'est cette dimension de l'inclusion, de l'équité qui est au cœur du programme des Nations Unies pour le développement durable reste une préoccupation, il doit rester une préoccupation centrale pour l'UIL, pour nos programmes, et nous l'espérons également pour les États membres. Le risque de polarisation finalement des programmes au bénéfice de ceux qui sont déjà les plus qualifiés, les mieux formés. Le risque de voir se poursuivre finalement les aggravations des inégalités et l'exclusion sous toutes ses formes. Ce sont finalement, c'est une réponse à laquelle doit également contribuer l'éducation et l'apprentissage tout au long de la vie. Je crois, souvenons-nous que finalement la solidité du tissu social exige que l'on prenne en compte la vulnérabilité des plus faibles. Et c'est peut-être sur ce message que je voudrais terminer ce message et ce principe qui va guider également l'action de l'Institut, nos programmes. Je voudrais, pour terminer, remercier à nouveau l'ensemble des intervenants qui se sont exprimés aujourd'hui. Je voudrais également remercier bien sûr tous les participants.
To thank all participants that are with us, no matter where you are, and also to finish, I would like to thank all the partner organizations and those who are maybe not yet partners, but with whom we will be able to develop activities. And I would also like to thank the members of the governing board and all of our colleagues in the Institute who have participated in putting together this symposium. Now, I would like to ask you to save the date, not in 70 years' time, sorry, but very soon, so that together we can work to promote lifelong learning and make sure that together we will use this tool, this instrument, in order to create a fairer, more inclusive and sustainable society. Thank you very much and see you again very soon.